Good morning. I realized I didn't have my mic on. Shortened week. Hope you guys are having a good week. I have a chat up, um, or not a chat, a poll up, and I'm curious what your guys' opinion is. The bear is this market over? Have we bottomed? What do you think? Um, so anyway, this is I'm showing the E-mini and volume bars up here on the chart. I'm going to be kind of nonchalantly, well, not. There's nothing nonchalant about trading, but I will be entering positions here. So maybe you guys will get an idea of when I'm entering and when I'm exiting a little bit, but certainly not. I'm not going to show my orders. I'm on the E-mini and the Nasdaq, just doing my normal, about 9 a.m. thing, where the market starts to often make a little reversal, especially on inside days. Tried to break yesterday's high, couldn't quite do it. Here, let me flip this. Good morning, Dave. Hello, Adrian. What's up, appraiser guy? So far, this poll says no. 100% no. The bottom is not in. We just bounced off settlement. Did you guys see that? Here, let me see if I can make this work here. Right. Let's see. Can you guys see that? You should be able to see it right here. So that line is settlement and bing. And we did about the 50% of a move back up. You see that? Now we're rolling back over. If we come to this and they don't defend it again, and we come about here, then they pop it. Probably good for continuation. However, okay, so there's a big buyer that just came in, but he was passive. Or no, he was not passive. He was aggressive. Let's see. Somebody came in, 217 lots up there at '07. So let's see. It's getting interesting. Definitely getting interesting. Let me see if I can clear this. Yep. Cool. I am back on my Windows machine today. Um, and so I have all my Stream Deck shortcuts for everything, which is kind of nice. I've got those the Corsair K95. I've got all the G keys. There's 6 keys on the left side of the keyboard that are just uh, macro keys, I guess. So, and then the Stream Deck works perfectly. So I can look like a high frequency trader. Get emails from apps. Why are you entering more than one order per second? Um, anyway, a little bit of defense here. Kind of interesting. This is that settlement, T+1. Now that settlement is, let's see. Let's go to the HUD. So that settlement value, which is here on this HUD, is right here, fairly high. It's around the 40-50 percentile of total settle volume compared to the last year or so. So it's fairly high volume. Um, so it makes sense that it's a little bit relevant. I mean, we honestly we've already come. Let's see, right footprint. We've already come. If you look at it here, right? We already came up into it, sort of pull back here, right? Made another move, pull back again, right? Dip below it, and then pulled up, and now we came back, bounced again. I don't know. I mean, we have this pattern, which intraday, when you see it on a volume chart, this is a nice pattern for some downside. Only because you have a right, so essentially you have neckline here, left shoulder, head, right shoulder. But the right shoulder, you notice how it's a little higher relative to the left shoulder? They find the stops of people who are looking at this pattern. So this is an interesting spot to see some downside here. And the next level of support off of this really rip and move is right in here, right? These are volume bars, and this is oh, what is it in terms of volume bars? I don't actually know what the volume bar setting is because I don't have my chart. Hold on. I don't have my chart title turned on. I got to turn it on. Um, well, that's funny. I had the wrong one selected. All right. 1,000 volume. Okay. Well, what is the NQ? 400 volume. All right. Good to know. Good to know. Good to know. I'm going to turn that off. Save space a little bit. All right. You're like, this is Windows. How is that dark? Ha ha ha. Video to be coming soon on dark mode in Windows 11 in 2022. That is also dark mode in Task Manager and everywhere else using standard system settings. What? You don't have to install any of the Ultra UX theme patcher garbage? That's right. So I'll have a video on that to get your Windows machine dark theme for 2022 in Windows 11. All right, the last of the Americano. Down the hatch! All right, let's clear this. Oh, I hope everything's going well. Okay, cool. Little battle here. We've now picked up some volume in this area. There we go. Let's see how many bars we picked up. So each of these bars is 1,000, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Almost working on 8. Maybe 10,000 contracts here in around this area, around 908 to 910. So about 10,000 contracts transacted here in the last little bit. Not too, I don't know. It's been meandering, we'll call it. Can you guys hear me okay? Or am I too quiet? Oh, cool. Is it an improvement over what it has been? I'm okay. Cool. Thank you guys. Appreciate the feedback. I'm just back. I'm just back on this Windows machine. So, good morning, Alfred. I'm back on this Windows machine, and I have it working fairly well in Sierra Chart. Let's see. What's the Did the screen go dark? Yeah, it did. Hopefully it everything looks okay afterward. There you go. Sierra Chart. Oh, Sierra Chart is at actually not working so great. 15%. That's not good. 14%, 15%. That's a little high. Anyway, you can kind of see it's no bueno on Sierra Chart here. So this one here is 17%, a little on the high side. Hmm. Oh well. I'll be back. I'm gonna make another cup of coffee. So Guess just enjoy the price action. Let's see. The bottom is in, according to 22% of you. 9 votes. So that makes 2 of you think. Who thinks the bottom is in? Do you care to? Do any of you care to voice your opinions on as to why in the chat, and then I'll come back and read them, and we can talk about them.
Have a good trading day. Have a good trading day.
Say ciao.
A ciao.
All right, back to making coffee. It's getting interesting. All right. I have my third Americano going this morning. Where did we say support was? Where was it? First potential support? Uh, what, somewhere in here? 88? Because this is all kind of like singles. It makes sense. Look. See? These are the breakout bars right here. Stops hit here. So that is also a spot right there. Right where we're at. Oh, there's the iceberg. 1,884 contracts transacted in short order here. This recent bid volume has a 30-second reset timer, by the way. Oh, let's look at the chat. What's up, Brown Dog? Good morning, Shane. Hey, Reno. Good morning, sir. Beautiful spreadsheet. I loved it. But I expect no less from you, my friend. Back to the RBV. Recent bid volume. Fill it. Fill it. Pop it like it's hot. I'm actually still getting my shoes on here. I had my phone on. I'm actually listening to myself on my phone because that's how I was chatting with you guys in the kitchen. All right. Getting close. Getting close. So this is short covering or somebody trying to get long ahead of all of this. Good size. They might be scaling in. We'll see. But the major breakout point is in this area, right? You can see there's volume here. That's still the 88, and it corresponds to here. This kind of teal line here is opening VWAP 30 seconds. So it's VWAP of the first 30 seconds of RTH trade. It'll be relevant. You'll see. It's either going to be relevant now or it's going to be relevant in a few minutes. Okay. Get this treadmill going. I actually had a back spasm last night. Sitting on the couch. I was like, so I'm a little sore right now. My wife immediately asks me, how's your hydration? I'm like, I don't think I drank any water yesterday. Coffee, food, no water. That's stupid. Oh, so I'm sore. I'm sore from back spasm. That doesn't happen very often for me. Don't get old, you young bucks out there. Hey, if you guys are here and you do appreciate me doing these live streams, I would appreciate you guys liking the video. Kind of helps redirect people in from YouTube land out there who are looking for stuff to watch about trading. Maybe we can get more people in here, get more votes on this poll, get some interesting discussion going. All right. Well, I'm scaled in just a little bit here. Just a little. I think we're going to get a bounce to around. We're going to test 3,900, I think. And we might go higher. Above that big buyer here. Sorry. Above that big buyer. They're going to get compensated above. So, you know, might rip all the way and test this underside here. O2s. We'll see. Here. This is off the screen. Here we go. You know, one reason to do your candles like this at the very edge is you get to go like this, right? And you can see more of the actual price action. You can see more of the screen. Doesn't mess anything up. All right. Anyway, we'll do this because I want to see volume developing in real time. So it's developing up here again at this ice. So let's see. Yeah. This is a shakeout, I think, shakeout very weak short-term traders right here. Allow price to fall. We'll see. You know, price always moves like that. Allow weak traders to get out who are looking for instant compensation and then continue on its merry way. Getting rid of the short-term weak hands so that they're all not sellers at the same place. That is the idea. Wouldn't you do the same? Wouldn't you want, if you wanted something, right? And there were other people who also wanted to figure out where you were buying it. Wouldn't you kind of just fake them out a little bit, realizing that you all have to exit the same way? Of course you would. Because you'd realize very quickly if you were buying a lot of something, this goes for anything in life, that when everybody's a seller, price depresses too fast. You can't get out unless everyone's a buyer at higher prices. And that happens too, right? That's part of the dynamic. But when you have there we go. Come to Papa. We have liquidity above us here at 98s, 97s. It's on MBO. Mm. What is up, Chris? Lucky, are you on Windows or are you on Linux? Because I know you were thinking about Linux. Don't do. I'll just tell you, don't do sub instances. Sub instances on Linux. Keep it all in one instance. Everything, all your fancy charts, everything. It'll run better. You're like, what? It the one instance in Linux runs better than 3 or 4 sub instances in Windows. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm on Windows 11 here in this dark mode. You probably would like this dark mode. Check it out. Here's the studies. Let's see. To me, that's about the color scheme you do. Well, you probably don't like the white being so like prominent, but it is what it is. I mean, I can only do so much on this, but yeah, it's good. Back to the old Windows stomping ground here. So that's what this looks like. Right, it's not bad. Now my colors, right? They work again. Wait, we can do this. Go in. Add. Wait a second. What just happened? All right. There you go. Now it worked. I don't know, for whatever reason, it wasn't working. And little things like this work in Windows. We'll cancel that. Cancel everything here. Okay. Meandering down. 88 is still the level. Opening VWAP. Right there. Come to Papa. There's nothing on the ask up here in terms of. Sorry, I was paying attention to my kid as he walks by. Um, Nothing on the ask MBO wise up here. You notice this is not as crisp as the Linux, right? Just the way that it moves around, even the way it's refreshing. like the way the DOM is you don't see all these numbers going, right? I don't know. Let's see if we do that, right? I have this the refresh rate on this window set quite high, something like what is it? Display. Oh, actually, it's 500 800. That's the default, I believe, globally. I think it is, or it might be 4 and 600. I'm not sure. So it's not a great refresh. Okay, here we go. Hold on. This is my spot. It's prior devpoc too. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I like it like that. All right. Hey, Kermit. Big ticks to the downside. Oh, I don't know if it's huge. Big ticks. I haven't been seeing anything big ticks. So it's on the zone. On the zone. Still got to flush out the buyers, but shorts are still trapped from what essentially we'll call it here. All right, we can extend that. There's a little liquidity sitting below us down here on the book. And that's this liquidity here. A few people bidding into this zone. This head and shoulders play worked out very nicely. The one I explained very early in this session. Like, what are you talking about? This. All right, so where this, oops, where this is higher than this, takes that out, and then you have your neckline, and so then your measured move is about here, where we're at. So short's going to be taking profit into maybe prior trapped traders. That's what I think. Classical charting patterns for the win, I think, sometimes. Especially on these volume bars. I find that these volume bars they're kind of like Renko, right? They really show you a nice little pattern sometimes. Anyway, back to this. Here. Oh, all right. Yeah, Denali data, Mr. Lappin. Yeah. It's like the historical data is really bad, isn't it? And then they only give you so much per week or something. There we go. Shake them out. Let's see if we get some buying interest here. All right, I'll be right back. I just need to make sure I'm not dehydrating myself again today. We filled into this zone. Let's go pop it. Pop it like it's hot. No, I don't think so, Alfred. Oh, you're saying 85.90's got divergence. Okay, I thought you were like it's gonna go 85. I think right where I put the green box is right where it's gonna fly. So, Chris, the upper right chart is vol- sorry, volume based bars. So it's 1,000 uh, volume per bar. So you got to figure there's 10,000 contracts here that were wrong um in this move. So there was consolidation. Some people position short here. It doesn't go down, it goes straight up. So when price returns back to this zone, these short traders want to get out. That's that's a fast and dirty explanation. God, I gotta get used to having all my hotkeys back. Whew, takes a little bit of time for the brain to process. But honestly, here I'll show you guys. It's so much better just having my hotkeys again. Look, we will show you guys what I'm talking about. All right, where's the stream deck? Forget the key. All right, so let's see. Am I showing it? Oh, okay. So, like, this is the erase button in Sierra chart. This is the back button. These are all my zones, right? These are levels. This is just to make it return to the handle. It does it by default anyway. This is to set a timer on the or an alert on the chart. This is to go back into trade mode here. You see that? It shows a positive P&L. Happy thoughts. All right, we'll move it. Anyway, buy bid -1, -2, -3. This is flat and cancel all. Move target down, move target up. Move parent order up, move parent order down. This is where when you move on the DOM, your mouse on the DOM adjusts target. So when I hit that button, all my targets move, attached order targets move to wherever I'm hovering over the DOM. That's move stops, right? And then these are just my drawing tools again. So kind of nice. And then I got more drawing tools on the right, but anyway, just nice that these all work flawlessly again. I had problems in Linux. Double bottom, let's go. That's a real double bottom on the E-mini. Looks like the NASDAQ flush. Let's see. A little bit of volume here on the NASDAQ at this zone. So you can see we got to crack this level here, right? Prior kind of swing low right here. It's right there. So if we boom crack into here, that's resistance, and then stops above here. But we may see something like this and like this, and maybe even like multiple times, and then the flush, and then the go. We'll see. And then this is settlement on the Nasdaq. So same situation. We'll see. Right now, short-term pattern. This is a springboard. So this is a descending broadening wedge. So in other words, it's like this, right? And like that. So price action is getting more volatile, but it's coming back up to the seller. Once that seller's done, foosh. So these work on higher time frames. Anyway, get rid of that. Go back here. Ah, this is, I hope it's good. Yeah, we're good. It's sticking just a little bit. So I have my Epic pen back, right? Again, Windows, Epic pen. I got to use a little bit nicer editing programs again. Appraiser guy says, "Are people really holding short from 86s?" So let's talk about that. Do traders have a tendency to hold positions underwater and not take losses? And then you get a small winner and you take it? Is that normal in trading? Appraiser? Hey, if you guys are tuned into the channel, I would sure appreciate it if you guys could smash that like button. It does help, right? Appraiser, it is it's actually more normal for traders to hold um, losing positions deep underwater because human nature is such that people, when they're wrong, they do not want to admit when they're wrong, and that goes with trading as well. It goes for professionals, it goes for big firms, right? Not everybody just says, "I'm wrong here, short term. I'm cutting it. I'm done." I mean, that's what you should do, but you know, I think traders, once they've scalded their hands and burned themselves by not cutting losers quickly, once they've like wrecked themselves or destroyed their accounts or blown up an account or lost half of their account in a day or whatever, um, by not following rules, you'll either figure it out or you won't be in the business for very long. You won't be doing this for a long time. And if you are, you're just going to be donating, right, to everybody else who gets it. Anyway, in this situation, patience is going to pay or it's not. You're fighting counter trend. We'll see. Nice little bounce here from this zone, but eh, not very much. I mean, this player here, if they're long and they're flipping to the long side, let's say they covered short here, we really didn't punish anybody that got caught up in this on the short side. Right, we went a little below. We ticked a few ticks above it, and that's it. Didn't break any structure. Nothing whatsoever. So typically, we go at least test the underside of structure, and a lot of times we go test T plus one, which is this big, thick orange line. We'll see. The donations are tax deductible, yeah. So Desi Hedge says, "Why is this some zone marked green?" So it, it, it emanates from this consolidation. And if Desi, if you just rewind the video maybe 10 minutes, I explain it all. So we won't go over that one again. All right. Hmm. See if we can get that 50 lot filling here at 88. Well, that was quick. Look at how nasty the price action is on this this screen here. Actually, on all of them. It's just a little slow on the sub instance. The DOMs are crisp. Yeah, Alfred. I mean, that opening 30-second VWAP is automatically printed, and it's for me, it's VWAP of the first um, 30 seconds of regular trading hours trade, and it's this teal line here. So right here, it's this, right? And it's you can see, well, maybe you guys can see it, maybe you can't up there underneath the TYP Twitter handle, but opening VWAP 38, 89, 50 is VWAP of the first 30 seconds of trade. It's going to be relevant. It's high volume, right? And so this is the RTH. This is the volume profile. You can see it traded hot, hot. And then the structure here, it again, there was shorts that traded this area wrong. And then it resulted in this. So if you guys are just tuning in, I sure would appreciate you guys hitting the smashing the like button. Can you guys hear the treadmill background? Um, like clearly, I did turn on sort of the background noise dampening stuff, but you know. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm on Windows, so sound should be a little bit better. Da, da, da. Martin Friend says, did you modify your settings on your large volume trade indicator? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, there's lots of settings that I have in the chart settings, like combine trades into original summary data, stuff like that, turned on. Escape California? Well, it's not really Escape California. It's Escape um, where we are now. It's gonna happen. My wife's parents are they're older. We live down the street from them, so that's always that's gonna be relevant. Their health is going to affect where we are for a while. And if you guys want like specific questions answered um, in depth, throw me a super chat, and I'm happy to I'm happy to go into depth about certain things while I trade. So you will have priority um, if you want a question answered. Otherwise, I'll probably still get to some of the questions, but there's only so much time for me to, as I'm trading here, address every single question. So the ones with super chats will pop out to me much more. We're building volume here. A much bigger range in this area, so we'll see. See, this was very tight consolidation in this area. Alfred said, why don't you Scroll left. How about this? Let's go 3,000 volume and then just load it. Hmm. All right, there we go. So opening range or the open is denoted by this. I don't know. Can you guys see it? Okay. Um, the light blue line right here. Right there. That's what Alfred's talking about. So this is the opening range. But the first 30 seconds is just this background here. Um, right there. From here to here. And it always does a lot of volume. Today, it did 3, 6. So it did. So here's 630. So it did, not a crazy amount actually. OVWAP, how much did it do? Let's see. OVWAP did 7,267 contracts in the first 30 seconds of trade. Actually not super high. It's not. It's just not. A Nasdaq did very low volume for the opening VWAP, like 20th percentile low volume at the open. Typically, what happens if the Nasdaq has a very, very low opening 30-second, um, oh, it's okay, Desi. Typically, what happens with the Nasdaq um, is if you get like a really, really low opening volume print, it will tend to move up throughout the day. Very high volume opening print, it tends to move down. What? Notice I say tends, like, not always. Anyway, let's switch this back to um, gosh, I want to see a little more 1500 volume on this E-mini chart. There you go. That's nice. Might break down. We'll see. Looks like it. Going for that liquidity at 85. Did they lift it? Yeah, they did. Big delta's at 85. What, 1700 negative delta there? Might be the fake out before the breakout. We'll see. There we go. That's about the view we want. Get the TPO chart here real quick. You guys don't see it, but that's okay. Mirren, I am taking trades, but I'm taking them on the E-mini. So if they're micros, then you'll see them. If they're E-minis, you won't see them. So this is a way for me to hang out with you guys, trade, and talk to you guys about where I'm entering and exiting. But in terms of showing you how many contracts I'm entering with on the E-mini, no thanks. That is not going to happen. Volatility says BBWC on the daily. Um, yeah, I wouldn't call it BBWC on the daily. What I would call it is BBWC on the 30-minute chart. Here, I'll show you. Let's see if we can find it. 30-minute ES 30-minute candles. There you go. See that? So what you're looking at here is this false breakup. This is an RTH only 30-minute candle. False breakup. Sorry. That was a stop out. Um, false breakup, and then whoosh, viciously sold down. So this becomes resistance. So as you can see, I already had resistance here, right? This is a prior volume point of control. If you guys saw me on Twitter, so I had the idea that we need to hold 30, 30, and if we held between 30 and 40 after a few days ago, we target 3,900. So I was holding long into this zone, and I posted it on Twitter. Hey, time to flip it. I got out right here at 39.13. You might think BS. Well, you can go look at the Twitter. It was ahead of time in real time, and I said it's time to flip short, but look for confirmation. Unrelenting selling. We got that. We sold down, right? And that's because of this resistance area and the way that I think about it from here, essentially false breakout and then vicious breakdown. So in the breakdown area, so this was you can call it a bull flag here, right here. So at the place where the bull flag breaks out, you have longs. When it comes back in, those longs, if a lot of them still hold on, it's resistance again. Whoop. It's also from an auction theory perspective where they sold it really hard. So you're going to get value sellers again in here. So it kind of works both ways. They flushed you. They flushed everybody here. That's a got 'em. That's a got 'em candle. We might get this move here after a little bit of this. Normal to come back up near the top, come back in, and then go. That's the normal move. But that's a got 'em. Got all the weak hands shaken out. It looks like. You see the ice right underneath here, and then right we travel what 2.5 3 points, and then foosh. So they absorbed them. We're gonna probably go test this area here. What is that? 95, 96. It's painful, but I think it's gonna happen. We'll see. Don't all pile in at once. %31% say the bottom is in. 69%, ooh, that's sexy, say that no, the bottom is not in. That's our running poll here. Anyway, I'm now drawing again on a screen that I'm not actually using. Here we go. Now you see my notes. Idiot. From here. Ice, 3 point breakdown, flush them. See that? Big ice. Back up. We just go big green deltas above. Buyers got them. Flush them. All right. Typically, we get a little pullback, then go. But now we've got this area. I think we're going to go rip it. And you can see here, right? That ice, this orange dot here, big deltas, big absorption. That's what that is. Little orange dots. In that volume bar was all delta. There you go. And that's what I was saying. Don't all pile in at once. What? Let's go. I was looking to add here in this zone to my long, which sucks. I didn't get anything in here. I didn't get anything. And it was so stinking close. Whatever. You're like, where are you wrong on that long? That's a good question. All right, let's go. Still getting used to. You're wrong on the long down here. That's where you're wrong. And then you just recalibrate, you reassess. But right now, I'm right. Let's see if we get the players from here get shredded short term. If we can move back in here, maybe we get a big heavy selling bar here. That would be the normal thing, the huge. We've also been overlapping almost every bar on the 5 minute. So these are 5 minute bars. So some pullback here would not shock me. We'll see. I hope we just go straight up to my targets. Stepan's Urbanex says, what if I am never wrong, but the market is wrong? Well, you're not going to be never wrong for too long. Stepan. In other words, you're not going to be trading for long, right? I know you're joking. Big Al? Is that Big Al? Big Al or Big AI? I think it's Big Al. The close is 3 hours away, my friend. What? Come on. They're going to pay me up here. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Pay me a little bit. Come on. My average is 89, so we'll see. Oh, they paid down at 93. Someone said, I'm willing to sell. All right, well, we have to sell a little too then. I see you. I see you. Found the liquidity here. Just above that swing high. All right, we're lightened up. Now we could buy the dip. We dip a little, I'll buy it. You know what ends up happening? You sell some, and then you sell some, and then you just keep taking it up, and you're like, damn it! I should not have scaled out at all. It's always what it feels like. The time you sell is the time it rips straight up. But I've learned that you need to just, when the profits are there, you're trading around a position, take some off the table, lighten up, recognize markets don't usually just go straight up, usually. Like here, went straight up. All right, feeling like a genius for taking off some right in there, but we'll see if it comes back like I think it's going to come back here. That would be head and shoulders, knees and toes. Trying right now, elevated neckline, trying to make a trend change, right? Something like that. This is nice. I'm getting back up to speed here with my shortcut keys. The trading front's easy. So I've got this Stream Deck, and the buttons are um, they're not very elevated off of the surface of the machine surface of the Stream Deck. Or is it plastic? It's probably plastic. Anyway, so not machined. Probably some sort of cast or something. Anyway, because they're not elevated, the buttons, I can just run my finger over the by the bid, and you get to scale in and out really nicely. Come on, pull back, but don't pull back too much. Just a little bit. Try to outperform the market here. Oh, Al Brooks. Oh, Big Al. That's right. Sorry. Martin Fred says, would you say a day like this is difficult, normal, or easy? Um, Parts of the day are hard. The the sell off in the morning is a little difficult, right? Um, Here, I'll show you because we don't really see the whole picture here. Wait, hold on. The market is moving back. Let's see if the value sellers come back in around 96 and smack it down. I mean, we tested 94 and a half a little bit, and no side is taking any initiative here yet. Dead. The market is dead. Oh, painful. Painful market. Come on. We got to come down. We got to shake out longs. We got to. There you go. Some stops hit. That's it. A little more. Little more. Wait. So Stepan says, Miran says, markets as of late do go straight up and down. I know, right? Jeez. So what makes them attractive to trade. That's why I'm often not streaming, um, is because they've been so tradable. This is a slow market today. Just slow. It's still trading in the normal way, but it's just slow. And that addresses Matt BBB's question. So isn't that a QM pattern? What do you mean, Stepan? QM? What's a QM? QM. Dip on. It's actually called, if we're talking about the inverted head and shoulders, it's actually called a baby maker pattern. Yeah, I mean, I would call it a Kilroy, a Kilroy bottom, or an inverted head and shoulders, or a head and shoulders bottom, or a potential trend change, or a baby maker pattern. Shout out to DDC. DDC is all about the baby maker pattern. Let's go. Uh, Kilroy. So I'll show you about the Kilroy here. Um, we'll call it a Kilroy bottom in trading. All right, here you go. All right, here it is. Kilroy. Yeah, there's a whole story about it. Kilroy bottom, Kilroy tops. Anyway, let's get rid of that. Think. All right, stuff around. Actually, may have time to do videos this weekend. We'll see. At this point, it's really about sometimes just motivation. Do I want to? Or I've been working on some cool charts, um, incorporating some of the things that I do on a regular basis, just a different type of chart. But it basically will tell me the same type of structures that I always look at. So I've been in all my off time has been spent improving things. So these charts are in the mad scientist phase. So do I want to put out content, or do I just want to be a mad scientist? Sometimes you just want to be a mad scientist. But a quick little video I can do is dark theme Windows 11, which is what I've got going here. This is dark theme Windows 11. For you guys that are in stream here, um, it's essentially what you're doing is you're just using the Windows. What is it? Here, hold on. Ooh, almost doxed myself. Jeez, that could have been. Maybe I did. Let's see. Da, 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 da. Whatever. It's essentially using the high contrast settings, downloading a high contrast theme, and then making some edit adjustments to the high contrast theme itself, saving it. so that it looks decent, right? And then going into your global graphic settings and making some changes so that things look, just a little nicer, right? Um, like this, I think. Looks decent. Same with this. Looks decent. It's not perfect, but it's decent, right? And this is all standard Windows stuff. So you don't have to do any like essentially you're using a high contrast theme, so you don't have to really download anything crazy. Um, like Ultra UX Theme Patcher, which in Windows 11 it will cause problems in Sierra Chart. It will. It'll freeze things. At least for me. Um, even with like antivirus and all that garbage turned off. Everyone bidding here to 87. You see that? They're trying. Anyway, it looks decent. It's not perfect, like I said, but the stuff gets highlighted, right? Stuff like this. 71. Smacked. 76. Refill. Smacked. All right, let's see. A little bit of a player up there. Taking a shot here. Punishment time. Time to go punish that 70 lot seller. You, sir, stuck your nose out. You get smashed. Or ma'am. Yeah, buddy. The ad was awesome. Let's take it to the moon. Uterus pattern engaged, right? Or I'm sorry, baby maker pattern. Bing! You all faded TYP. Sorry. You will not win if that's what you're doing. You will not win. Maybe. Most of the time. Alright. New highs. You take some off. Always. Always take some off. If you bought the pullback that held, take some off. Because now your average, instead of being 89, your average is way down here. That's how you trade a trend. You wait for the pullback, you buy it, you sell new highs. You're like, no, I wasn't taught that way. You sell the breakout. Nope. I will sell the breakout up here. If we come back into this zone, I will sell it in here. And I might even flip short around this area on this delta that's extending out. Automatically shows me a little red zone here. But I always take off. New highs. There you go. Boom, chickadee boom. Oh, Stepan, I'll look up what you're talking about in a bit. Maybe it's slightly different. I might call it an anti. Maybe. So someone asked me, who was it? Matt Triple B. Why are you trading now? The worst part of the session without the true volume. Because, Matt, I've been doing this a long time. And markets still move the way they move. This is not a bad time to trade. Hence why I'm not on micros. Let's go! Paid. Above this high, I'm paid. Right here. The green dot. Pay me. All right. What to do now? Wait. You sit on your hands and wait for this this big delta area. Y'all are fading TYP. What are you doing? I traded my plan. What about you guys? You're like, I'm trying to trade your plan. Maybe. I hope not. I hope you're trading your own plan. Hey, throw a like on the channel if you're here. I would appreciate that. People forget. Now that I've started to be on YouTube more often, when I'm on other people's channels, if I like something, I always hit like. Just smash it because it's kind of what keeps them moving. It's like I'm not really paying them, so hit the like button. The YouTube algorithm. 83 contracts for sale at 97. Little sell off here. You see how I don't really want to be. I want to be getting out here. I don't want to be waiting for this, and then when price moves really quickly, I have to chase it down and hit bids here to get out. I don't like that. I think that's going to be resistance. So I'd like to, if you get above these wick highs, take it off. So that's what I did. I don't like taking off right into the zone because you're going to get a pullback. The pullback is often viable to retest that. But when the price is moving and stops are being hit and FOMO buyers are engaged, that's where I want to get out. Because it's easy. You just go get limit filled. And any liquidity you add acts like a magnet rather than, right, repelling price because there's FOMO, right? And then you see a little liquidity on the book and you're like, oh, you know what? There's some liquidity on the book and we took it out. Oh, it's even more bullish. Well then, okay, you're losing the big picture, right? All you little price, not you little, all of us little price action order flow traders, we're going, if you're using your basic instincts, your incorrect instincts as a trader, you're like, oh, the liquidity got filled. Boy, it's bullish. And it's just going to keep going up. And you're like, buy, buy, buy. You're induced to buy. Um, you then get on the wrong side of the trade. And then I look to go try and flip short. I did not get my short filled right here. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. Right here. That's where I wanted a short. Didn't get it. All right. You see this big delta here? So that's on the RBV, recent bid volume. Recent ask volume. Look at all that positive delta above. See that? So short term, the the sellers won. But now that we're coming back up, you're going to get an initial pullback. But this is, like I said, like the pullback to buy is here into prior structure now. And now you're going to get it maybe testing again. And then boom, it's the turn of the. So the sellers already won and they're out here probably into this consolidation. If they took profit, they may not care about defending this. It's a possibility. There's lots of other possibilities, but like looking at the most likely one, that seems like it. Right? So just a little bit of game theory around this. Stepan is more of a swing trader. Good for you, man. I like it. Much more relaxed, huh? You don't have to worry about all these stinking tiny little swings that I worry about. I don't worry, I just think about them. And I've talked about this before. I'd rather turn my edge over more quickly, but it's a lot more difficult. There will come a point in my trading career where I stop probably turning over my edge so quickly. But I'm 40, am I 42 years old, I think? I don't even know how old I am. I'm 41 or 42 years old. I think I'm 42 years old. Well, maybe I should start now because I can't remember my age. Um, I'm quick enough still. But gonna there's gonna be a point where I guess I'll have to admit I'm no Al Brooks, right? I'm not gonna be scalping like he does. Or if I do, I'll have to be like Big Al in a room that is soundproof, no children around, and hyper focused. All right. Brown Dog says I got in 82.25, but got out too early. Only 5 points. I got scared. That's okay, Brown Dog. Nice trade. Well done. Right now we're in top of the pullback of a second major leg off the low here. Right. One pullback, two pullback. Usually they end in like threes, but we'll see. One, two, three. Something like that. And then you got to be cognizant of this swing and about 50. So around this area is resistance. So one more leg potentially to go shake out everybody. And then this is major resistance here. But still, only two legs up. So we'll see. Right? You could put a trend line here, right? If you take out this low, you don't want to be long anymore probably. What is that, 38.88? Really, you start coming into this zone right here at 99 and 02s. You should start reevaluating it. Maybe I don't want to be long anymore. Maybe. But technically, until you come out and take 88, 87 and a half, 88, you still stay long. Just from a structural perspective, right? And then that would get you head and shoulders, right? Potential bounce and then rollover. That's all you're looking at, just structures. You're looking at structures, right? Higher lows, higher highs. And then at a point where it becomes neutral again, it might turn into a range or it might turn into a new trend. The new trend being relevant to this and this. Maybe this makes, I drew it too high. Maybe it makes a lower low here, then rolls over, right? And what is that? Head and shoulders. So it's, head and shoulders is just another way to say potential trend change, higher neutral lows against higher highs or lower highs or something like that, right? Where we're referring to either bottoms or tops. Pretty simple. You see, it's much harder to see on this what's happening here than on this volume chart, right? Right? You see this kind of flagging pattern, pullback, flagging pattern, now consolidation, now going for it. So this is high delta, prior iceberg. So this whole area here becomes resistance. All the way above this zone, like it happens to be 3,900. And I don't allow myself to say, oh, 3,900 whole number resistance BS. No. Nope. That's just going to mess you up. You want to be looking at this, what actually happened there. If this was down here, then that would be resistance. But it's not. It's up here at 3,900. So definitely resistance in here. So so this volume profile here is only for visible stuff. So if we want to see more of the market structure, we need to include more bars in our chart. Just FYI. So don't get confused about that. Like this, see how the volume profile changes significantly now? So we're only looking at recent structure. We're not worrying about all this stuff here. Why? Because you're day trading rotations in the world that I'm explaining here. Structurally, we're we're coming up to resistance. Let's see. Top 49, left side. So this is up here is a 5 minute this is a 5 minute bar. So of the whole move, we're about 50% here, coming back up to it, right? So it's resistance on this little bit higher time frame. This you would expect to kind of fill back in. So here we are up at 39. I am scaling short a little bit. Da, 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 da. There you go. Fill me up, buttercup. You also have on the footprint, we've got, remember what we talked about here, which is short term, you punish the shorts here. This is a breakdown zone. Now let's go look so here into this zone. So if we get a foray up here, I get filled. But I'm already a little short here. Maybe we get the false break, a sell back here, then the longs give up. And all the price action traders go, what the heck happened? So this is a nice pullback, right? You get this seller, like perfect tick high, makes a little low. And then, so shorts are a little trapped here off of this pullback. But this here has way more volume. So we'll see. A lot going on right here. A lot of potentials. And, as per Mark Douglas, you just keep taking your edge, which I think I have some edge here. We'll see. Top wave. So if you're Elliott wave, wave 1, wave 3, wave 5. So wave 5 sometimes go higher. This would be a breakdown zone here. So in a little early, that's okay. On convicted trades, sometimes you get in early. You're like, that's not the way I was taught. Well, that's okay. There's different ways. If you can't scale into this zone, then you could wait right here, right? You just wait. You wait for a big volume node and then for the node to break back down. And then maybe you put your stop up here. But then in real time, as you see high volume and absorption here, maybe you can get an entry here, right? And then you're one contract with the stop up here. And you go for, I don't know, 1, 2, 3 R's or something. Or 4 R's or whatever. Lucky Prod says, I'll leave it to you when I switch to VR. Virtual reality. How many screens are you going to have, Lucky? Like 40? 15? 16? All 49-inch curved? Virtual reality screens, right? Lucky will just be up there with his VR gloves, swiping screens. I'll have like 16 of them. That's awesome. Big Al trades from a doctor's office in between patients. So I don't think he's a doctor. I think he became a trader, didn't he? I've read his books, but I'm hazy on those details. His bio. It's been a number of years since I um, read trading price action trends, reversals, and ranges. It's been a while. Years. And those were heavy books. It's just the way he wrote the books made it extraordinarily difficult. Um, yeah. Come on now. Pay me a little bit. Pay me through 97s. Now my short scalp is a success. Come on. Keep on. Keep on. Keep on keeping on. Let's go. All right. I'll take it. That's it. I'm done. I'm done with that trade. This is a little too slow for even me. And we're coming up to 11 o'clock. 15 minutes. Time to sit on my hands a little bit here. After taking the trade from here to there. That's it. I'm so happy that the 25 popped up here because that allows you to get out right into them with no slippage. Because a lot of times you limit, you come in on the limit side, you know what happens? The algos just buy up. It's so irritating. So you get a 25 lot, you just take them. Yay! Yay for that. Oh, you should have taken a long immediately. I don't know. It's a little too hazy for me now. Plus, it's it's a timing thing, right? So I trade every day. A lot of times between these times when the market's moving. So old story, I guess. There was a time where I traded only the open, um, mainly, and the time after the open, which is like the open is 6:30 a.m. my time. So I trade the first few hours, and I was a very good opening trader, very good. And then so we have high ticks here, plus 2,000. So let's go upside. Time to punish everybody who shorted this. Foop, there's stops. All the orange deltas. So the stops are hit. Buy triggers are in. Some people are going to want to defend this. They're going to keep buying. There you go. Keep buying. Come on. Keep buying. You want to get paid, you now have to show initiative. You have to buy. This is 100% delta up here. Zero print. You got to keep buying. All right. Incomplete auction. Right there. Orange box. Some aggressive sell. Oh, there they go. All right. It's now completed a little bit, but it's not completed in that it's ending. I'm just saying it's tapered out. So let's see. If you buy this, you got to keep buying. It's the only way you're going to get more momentum to get paid up here. If you don't trigger all the people who are wrong through here, if you don't trigger them, you're not going to get paid as they distribute it into T+1. So you got to buy here. But we're now into this area of resistance. Oh, it's interesting. Oh, it's so interesting. We've got 1, 3, maybe 5. Fifth wave, usually FOMO, right into here. Maybe I'll look to take a short here if we get there. If. Let's see. Here, put this on right here. Oh, come on. There we go. Right there. That's where you look. It's like the brighter. So it's the emanating or the where it comes from is here. That's where you potentially look. But they're still buying. So shorts are still on the ropes. Great. So you guys don't need to see my positions to get market analysis in real time that's predictive. Not at all. You're like, but TYP, why didn't you buy here and hold for the whole move? Because I don't know the future. And I just take off where there's resistance. And for all of you hindsight traders out there that can know the future for the next hour, I salute you. You trader witch. Trader profit. Anyway, T+1 resistance. All I know is I'm still making money, guys. I am still making money. All that, you know, this is a common thing I run into with professionals and rookies alike, which is you have a trading style, and that trading style involves getting in and out at predefined support and resistance. And what they end up doing is there's a lot of people end up looking at the whole move they missed and wishing they had caught more of the move. And then they use that to undermine their own trading. What I'm saying is more important than I think a lot of you new traders even realize. It's so important to know your trading style, know your plan, and stick to it over the long term. Because if you start going from, well, you know, I missed that big move the other day. I missed that really big move. And maybe this trade is one of those big moves. And your reasoning isn't solidly, well, this is a big level and here's my risk and I'm playing with smaller size now, right? Because I have a wider stop. Your reasoning now isn't the trade itself, it's looking back at missing a trade. It's looking at this price action, looks like it's going to pop settlement. We now have ready buyers, MBO, and ready sellers. So liquidity has arrived, by the way, around settlement. So for there to be movement here and a battle is very normal. Auction process. People are now showing their hands again. This has gotten the liquidity interested. Market drives to liquidity. Auction process. Anyway, here, let me do something. There you go. There we go. Ice here at 0550. And it's filled. Let's see if 0550 short term defends it and sells more. Let's see. Yeah, they sold some into 250, so a little battle here. 0550 right into 95.25. Yep. 95.25 refill. I'm doing it up here for you guys, but it's much clearer on the DOM because the DOM has got no delay. Well, by no, I mean it's 20 ms. 20 millisecond. So I can see it really clearly and crisply on my DOM. 95.25 is taken out. They're no longer buying on it. Sellers little in control. Let's see if there's interest now below. Those icebergs are turning on short term. What does it mean? Big deltas here at 95s on the day, 1300. So the major delta points today are happen to be 5 points apart. So they're 95, 0, 0, 0, 5s, which is positive delta, and then big negative delta at tens. So notice this player who's taking positions is taking a position on this market at 10, 05, 0 zeros, and 05. You can kind of see it here, right? You see the negative delta here? Big negative delta, right? You see that? The big number. And then you can see the big delta here, the number, real big. And then if you go up to tens, you'll see it right here. I see it on my DOM. I see it much more clearly on my DOM. It's just a different setup. Anyway, into resistance. This might be it. I told you ahead of time, guys, what I'm doing in this area. This is not some hazy thing. It's not some hazy thing. All right. The place to cover short, if you're short, is about 95, 96, by the way. NASDAQ, it's about 11 or 12, 120. So about 15 to 20 points lower. Just FYI. If you guys are new to the channel, hearing this for the first time, hey, you guys could smash that like button. I would appreciate it. I know sometimes people forget to do that if they're appreciating something that they're hearing. I stream this, sharing over a decade of experience in the financial markets. Well, a lot more than that, but trading futures. And I do it for a living. And I'm sharing my knowledge with you guys, giving you analysis of the markets in real time to hopefully make you guys better traders and to meet some amazingly cool people in the process. Some of you have reached out to me by email, and I really appreciate that. Um, so I've read lots of books, Stepan. You know, recently on Twitter, I gave folks a reading list. All right, we're going to get out half right here at 99. All right. That didn't do anything. Good. Let's go pay me then, MR, at 96, I hope. Uh, uh, uh. All right, come on. All right, we're going to get out a quarter here. So we have a quarter position left. That hesitation down into 98s probably results in a pretty big bounce. Take profit, and we might be able to get short again. We'll see. I mean, we're still short, but now we've taken off 3/4 of the position. Did you see on the MBO just now how at the new 5-minute candle, this whole book filled in with tens? Did you see it? Did you see it? That's why I use 5-minute candles, guys. The MBO filled in 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, just for a second. Why? Stop runs at the beginning of candles. 5-minute candles specifically. Is Rayner here? I didn't even see Rayner. Rayner probably took a short. No, Rayner is never wrong. He's awesome. But it's there's no malicious joking about Rayner going on here, by the way. I like Rayner. Good guy. This is an old joke because Rayner was just slaying it one day. Just slaying it. Call in the markets ahead of time on the chat. I was like, man, I wanted to I wanted to set up a little um, area to worship him, an altar. All right. Yeah, I'm flat this trade here. I will take it. So we got the 135 guys. You're like, what the heck are you talking about, you crazy man? One. This is impulse one. Impulse three. Impulse five. Now you get the retracement to the neckline, and maybe you break it with the rally, lower high, and then we see what's happening for the close. Might even start here. We'll see. If this comes up and then makes a lower low, then it's a complex. So right now the pattern we have, let's make it more clear. It's like this. It's here and it's starting to bounce. All right? You see how this we take out stops here, and then we make a complex retracement into around 618, and then maybe we get a trend line, then we bounce and rip into the close. And Stepan is happy. Maybe. We'll see. It's about what's happening. But anyway, it's why I was mentioning this 1, 3, 5 thing repeatedly to you guys. Because it gives you, we'll call it greater overall perspective in the market. That's an Elliott wave thing. Right? Prevents you from being stupid and buying the high right here off this pullback. See, this was holding little, right? So this was like above 50% hold. Then this held the highs. This one false I mean, we had this ice. There was reasons why this pulled back. We took a little scalp short, and then I told you guys this is the short zone. You got to play here, right? It's BBWC. It's the prior breakdown point, right? There's going to be trapped longs because of all this. Right? This whole hypothesis has been talked about since I've been watching this market play out. Markets do move in very, well, sometimes very predictable ways. So if they're moving that way, play. Anyway, so now we've got, this is the bounce. So stops about up into here. So about here. We're building volume here. There is interest to buy. So if we come up and then about here, if you're short, you're out of dodge, and maybe you look to go long into the close. Maybe. But right now, greater rotation is, this is all resistance, T plus 1, breakdown candle. I mean, come on, this is like TYP trading 101 here. As to, referring back to all the live streams I've done and shared with you guys about market structure. I mean, I'm repeating the same things, the same exact things over and over and over. And I'm just doing it for you guys in real time. All right, there you go. Coming into stops. There we go. They found some stops here, little liquidity. Let's see if it goes any higher. Interested buyer still. Let's see. What you would want to see if you want to go short is you want to see volume start to really build out here. So watch your recent bid and ask volume here, right? You see this 480, 401? That was an absorptive buyer. Now that's resistance here. So let's see. All right, you see how the book sells off from that level, 04s. But and you see on the RBV it's big, 401. So let's see. All right, it's now reset. All right, 110. See this? Let's see if this builds out. Let's see if it builds out on this side. That's a recent bid volume and recent ask volume. Reset every 30 seconds. Running reset of 30 seconds. Let's see if it builds out here on our footprint. Now, remember this footprint, if you guys know anything about how I have my footprint set up, you see these volume? The volume width is going to be relevant to whatever's showing on the screen. So if you do this, you get to see it. So now you can see this here relevant to this. So let's see if it builds out. Build out, build out, build out, make a lower high, and then come back down. Let's see. Let's see. There's 200 contracts for sale at 05. And that 05 is that big delta buyer. And they've taken the position from, remember, what, 90 or 95, zeros, 05, and what, 85? Yep. Let's see. Maybe it goes lower. Let's see. 85, 95, 90, 85. Yeah, actually it is. 75 even. And 80 has volume, but the deltas are a little skewed there. It's not. But I would imagine that they're scaled every 5 points. That's what it looks like. So there's 75 big delta. There's 80 big volume, not necessarily big delta. There's big delta 85s, big delta 90s, big delta 95. So there is a player that we're looking at. 90. Let's see. 00s, 05s. 10s. Big delta at 10s as well. And looks like that's where they end it. That's where they end their buying spree. Oh, how interesting. This player is playing 5 points apart. Anyway, what happened here? Didn't work out. So, oh well. Next trade. The play is always first touch of BBWC. It's not all the garbage that results after. You're looking for your exit point, right? Remember we said 96? I was out into 99s and 98s. So you see how I don't really... So my short is here, and I'm filling into the what I deem the red zone started here and up. So I'm looking to scale short up into here. and I'm looking to get out into this structure here. Because of the momentum loss through here, I felt like we might just rally before the 96 target. Though I didn't get it. I didn't get top to bottom, but I got dang close. I caught like 70% of that move. That's effing good. I'm trying to control my sailor mouth. So that's the first touch of the BBWC, right? Anyway, pulling stacking. PS. It's not PS. I win again, or PS. You lose again. Pulling stacking. So it's combined pulling stacking, right? That's what that is. So we could reset this. Clear pulling and stacking data, and it'll reset. And those are orders being added and pulled from the order book. It just accumulates, right? Do you see how they're moving all around? So red and a negative number means it's pulled. Green and a positive non uh, minus number is orders being added. A lot of times people use these pulling and stacking. They have different colors on the different sides. It's kind of silly. You don't want to have different colors for the ask and different colors for the bid, and then have to be looking at the negative sign. If someone has a DOM that's set up with different colors, pulling, stacking, and that switches how Sierra Chart does it, it means that they fundamentally don't know how to reduce the amount of information that they're using to the lowest common denominator. It just means the trader is not very good at visually reducing the number of things that they're looking at for efficiency's sake. So if you see a trader doing that, help them out, because you heard it here. TYP has explained it to you. Am I talking in the third person? Maybe. Okay. Yeah, Shane, it's 5-minute bars on my footprint. Here we can go add all this stuff here. Yes, footprint. We'll go do title. There you go. Chart. Bing. We'll do this too. There you go. No problemo. So now you see him up here, right? NASDAQ and the E-mini are at important trend lines today on the daily. Very important channel trend lines. Here, I'll show you that on the NASDAQ. It's clearer on the NASDAQ. NQ, let's see, daily candles. There you go. See where we're at here? Right here? You see that? Very important spot here in this channel on the NASI poo. The E-mini is a little different. Here, I'll show you. There you go. So there is a trend line here on the E-mini. Come on. That really essentially goes from here. You guys can't see it. I have it charted on another platform, essentially. So it's not here, but it's here. And we're right there on this trend line. So really important spot short term for that trend line here. It's kind of Hard to see, I know, but whatever. All right, back to this. Very. So if you are thinking long, guys, just generally, this is a very sustainable market. Like we have been pulling back and not leaving behind a whole lot of crappy structure. Just FYI. Where are the gaps? Are there any gaps unfilled? A little bit. There's one down from 71 down to 50. So there's that gap. But we have had so we about half gapped that thing. Um oh on the 6th. It's still decent structure to the for upside. I know bear market downtrend, but I'm just noting the differences between what has happened, which is there's been huge gaps, and these kind of smaller gaps that are kind of getting halfway tested, and now we're kind of holding a little bit up here. I don't know. I favor on the daily. I favor breaks of trend lines, especially when they're really specific, like the ones I was pointing out, and then failures. The Nasdaq went right to the top of a gap from 610. So that gap started at 12,214. What's the Nasdaq's high, right? It's right here. That's a gap. Um, Here. Let's see, does it go? Yeah. Overnight action doesn't get there. So here's the open of the Nasdaq, that little blue line or blue background. And then you see how we come right to that gap, fail within a few points. It's interesting. It's really interesting. The upside gaps are still acting like resistance. You guys noticed in prior days and weeks, the gaps above us have acted like resistance. So a lot of times you expect it to be like a vacuum, right? Get up to that point, and all the shorts who are in profit above the gap start to cover. They are comfortable. They are not starting to cover into gaps. Maybe some weak hands cover up into the gap, anticipating maybe some sort of gap fill. But by and large, the vast majority of the market does not see, is not nervous about those gaps. So those gaps are being defended and they're being sold. These are little things that you want to kind of pay attention to. Oil settle. Yeah, oil settle coming up in 12 minutes. Thank you for that, Mirren. More water. So I don't have back spasms like I did last night after not drinking water very much yesterday. Hour and a half on the treadmill. It feels good. Feels great. No breakfast yet. Just a little bit of black coffee. three Americanos. They're small. Come on, just a little espresso shot. Espresso has less caffeine because the beans are roasted for longer. A lot of the caffeine comes out. So it's a drier bean. It's not all oily and whatnot. So espresso beans. I use a little espresso machine and oh, make my espresso shots every day. Either add milk, which I have not been doing. Been staying off dairy. See how I feel. I feel better without dairy in my diet, but it's so good. Cheese is so good. So oh yeah, making the move here. Let's see. Whole bunch of buy stops triggered up here. Are they initiators for new highs? You know one thing. A lot of times, so this is kind of an interesting thing. When you get buy stops that go like this and they sweep the book from here to here, and then price turns and comes back down, and it doesn't, it only goes like halfway up, right? So this is maybe a, I don't know, point and a half, point and a quarter, and then it just holds. There's no sellers. Oftentimes it'll continue. If, however, buy stops are hit and then the sellers come all the way back to where the buy stops, like that, and then the volume, they just start hitting bids here, it means that the buyers aren't really defending the breakout. It's kind of an interesting little price actiony thing that can help you figure out if, you know, the buy stops were hit to about here, and then it came back to about here, maybe 3 or 4 ticks, and then they kept buying. And there was no big selling. So short term, this is probably going to go into this big negative delta here. We'll see. Anyway, it's cool. It's cool to notice these kind of things. Can you structure a trade? That's the question. Can you structure a trade if you're buying now with these guys here? Where do you put your stop? Underneath where they just defended? Maybe. Sellers stepping up here, 65 lot. All you got to do is go crack those guys. Go crack them. Anyway. 1122. Let's see. 100, 200 lots. Let's see if what the RBV looks like here. Right on this column here. See how this fills in. So there's what? 200. This is on the book here. 200 lots. What if we go fill in this area 1,000 lots? Is that 200 lots visible? Going to be anything? Nope. So right now we're about 700 here. So big imbalance on the buy passively. So let's see if it holds. Let's just see. If you're just joining the channel, if you guys can hit the like button on the video, I would appreciate it. I know some people sometimes forget. Pop it like it's hot. Now, all of the people who are long from this that are holding out, they're going to aggressively sell this. You're going to see it. New highs. This is how it works. They can get out in profit after holding this whole move. You're like, what? Yeah, that's how it is. This is how people operate. You come in, this was sold, they hold underwater, you come back to break even, new highs, they're going to hit everything. This is why markets oscillate above new highs, always. Right? Look at up here. New highs. Because on pullbacks, people try and get long, they try and get short, and those players then become in profit on new highs or new lows. And that's why markets retest highs or lows short term, right? Markets come down, take out the lows, go retest. Here's the pullback highs, fail, new trend. You can start thinking that way, understanding the trends and where the pullback areas, the most advantageous areas to short with best risk reward, right? Go with trend, get your R's, entry, stop, take profit, whatever. Then you end up doing a lot better. Rather than always taking breakout trades, you're like, I took the breakout trade here, I got stopped in, I stopped out, and then it still went the direction I thought. Well, breakout breakouts are always sold by players who bought here, usually, especially when people are uncertain about the market. Hence why I said buy the pullback here. And then I sold the high here. And then I sold into here. Because I don't know. It's this high. It's relative to this. I don't know that this is all going to happen up here. I don't know. I just don't know. It's the hard right edge. You're like, you're a bad trader. Okay, well, share your screen and talk about the markets then. And you tell me in real time if you can do the same thing. If you can, good on you. I tip my hat to you. Sign me up for your sign me up for your service. If you're here, if you're here and you're appreciating it, you probably can't do that very well. You're probably learning something. So if you're learning something, hit the like button. If you're inexperienced and you want your questions answered, throw me a bone, super chat, and then I will likely address your questions. Otherwise, I just keep trading and talking about it a little bit. And then if the chat goes dead, I'll probably get off because it's too much of a monologue. As Alfred pointed out to me via email one day, he said it's a bit of a monologue sometimes there. If you want more interaction, you probably should go to Discord. Problem is I did Discord. Discord is too interactive for this trading fanatic. Like, you sound like you just can't be disciplined. Yeah, you're right. I can't. I can't control myself. I'm like a fat kid with I don't know, pizza, ice cream, and popsicles. I just can't help myself with trading. It's true. I am imperfect. It is what it is. Yeah, I wish Ninja Trader had MBO stuff too. Maybe I don't know. Maybe they looking at this action here. Maybe they'd be willing to add it. They're gonna sell it here. We'll see. I think they're gonna sell it. Kilo Man 199 says heavy delta for me on. Yeah, I just think structurally they're gonna sell it on Nasdaq and on ES, but we'll see. There's a breakdown level off the right. What was the right shoulder off that prior structure? So it might go a little higher, but they're likely going to sell it. We'll see. What? What did Dirk say? Dirk retracted his message. Dang it, Dirk. I always enjoy what you have to say, Dirk, but I see so many of these message retracted messages. Hello, Rajinder. The little one. Oh, you're going to make me talk about my little girl. She is amazing. Oh my gosh, she's so stinking cute and squishy, and she loves her daddy. It's like my wife is always telling me, babe, I'm telling you, you guys have a special connection. Like, yes, but I have a special connection with my whole family. She's like, the way she looks at you and smiles at you, it's like adoring. Um, just, I mean, my boy, 4.5, Ben, I mean, we hold hands when I put him to sleep. I give him I do I used to watch, I haven't been watching lately, but I used to watch these Indian massage channels for ASMR. And so Ben, he when he wants to go to sleep, he'll say, "You want to give me an Indian massage?" So I'll do the hand slapping on the head massaging. I'll pat his back. I'll do the hand rolls. I'll take his hands and pop his fingers and try to pop his elbow, and it's a whole thing. So Rajinder, if you're, I don't know how familiar you are with. It sounds like you have an Indian name, but I'm not sure how familiar you are with that. Maybe you were born in the United States. I don't know. But Travis, they are so satisfying. Anyway, so I give him, so he asks for Indian. Daddy, can you give me Indian massage? So I do all that. Like, in other words, we have a great relationship. But the way my little girl Sophia, at 5 months, the way she looks at me when she wakes up, before she goes to sleep, when she naps in my arms on the rocking chair, eating, when I'm talking at the table, she smiles at me, and she's on my wife's side. They have very expressive eyebrows, so their eyebrows have great movement, like excellent movement, like more musculature or something. So they can like raise one eyebrow really high. My kids all have that, right? So they have the ability to really move their eyes. I don't have that as much. My wife has it. My brother-in-law, sister, everyone on that side of the family has it, and my little girl has it. So she'll be moving her eyebrow, and she's got these adorable, kind of half blue, half, let's say like grayish, almost yellow speckles in the middle. They're beautiful, and she's got big eyes like her mama. So she's just super expressive, and as I talk, it could be about anything. I'm a bit of a philosophical person, so I kind of go into a lot of philosophy about various things, right? Rage Against the Machine. And she just smiles and giggles while she loves it. So, anyway, she's going to have me wrapped around her little pinky finger. Wonderful. I can't. 100 lots just filled up here at 12 and a quarter. Top buyers? Maybe. Maybe. They filled right at the bid. They went and filled it quick. Quick, quick, quick. A lot of interest around 11 to 13 here, but so far we are meandering, just snail pace up on the RAV, recent ask volume, up into 13 and a half. So they haven't found interested parties yet here. So you either push it higher or you reverse it here. Big ticks, 2,000 tick. Either way, this market has not found the liquidity yet. Weird way to think of it, but it's how I think of it. So very tiny little sell here off this area. Am I on the right screen? Yeah. Very small. Market has not found it. Maybe up through here. So over this high, right? In this area, and into this prior high probably finds liquidity, is what I think. So if you're shorting here, you're probably going to get roasted until they find the liquidity up here. Yep, that's it. All right, time to use the stream deck up here. Create some weakness at 14. Now the longs are underwater because a little sweep. Again, this delay has this feed has really no delay. I think 7 seconds to you guys, but what you're seeing is me in real time. Let's see. Weakness now into 14. Let's see. Yeah, maybe Originder. Thank you, Paganzo. Sophia. Sophia Evelyn. When I say Evelyn, I say Sophia Evelyn. She can be distracted. When I say Sophia Evelyn, she always looks at me, those big, big blue eyes, and gives me a smile. Oh my gosh. So cute. Oh my gosh. And she's so, her temperament is just so sweet. It's so sweet. Ah, man. I'm now one of those parents. Um, well, I've been this way since my 4.5-year-old was born. But if I see something like school shooting or I watch a movie and there's a loss of a child, I cry every time. Especially if I actually sit there and ponder it for even a half second. Because you think about your own kids and you're like, love them. Need the senseless violence. 100 lots filling up here again. 14. And they were filled. It was 100, ended up being 128. It was 14 and a quarter, by the way. It's on the tape. You guys don't see the tape. Maybe we should put the tape up. Should we put the tape up? Here. File, new, time and sales window. There it is. Right there. There's the tape. There. Come on, can we move it? There you go. Oh, there we go. Sweep. There, we'll move it all the way down. This is an E-mini tape. Now you can see more of the tape. Oop, big sweep here. Creating weakness. Remember what I said about halfway down? Did you guys just see it? Create weakness. Halfway down. Now you want to see if they keep buying. If you get a rejection all the way through this, that's not good. You get a halfway down, right? New breakout. Halfway down, they buy, buy, buy. Keep buying. I just explained that a few minutes ago. Now we can see if I'm full of ish. I'm not full of ish, but Sorry, Kermit. Senseless violence. Maybe it is senseless violence with 100 lots, huh? 56 filled. 1475 absorbing. 15 now absorbing. Let's go look at it on the DOM. The DOM's a better place for me to look at it. Sorry, this footprint just takes too long. It's just ugly. Watch. Let's see what happens if we go and change this to instead of 0. 0 uses the global. Let's see if we go change it to 50. What happens? All right, we'll apply it. Okay. All right, now let's try. Let's see if Sierra chart just doesn't. It's like nope. It's better. It's a little better. You see that? Little better. Windows is also just garbage with Sierra chart when you have too many studies. Like I said, on Linux it's much better. But my DOM is crisp, so whatever. I can see the oscillations of price action on my DOM with 0 delay. So it's good. Not really that important for all this. Well, you guys don't see it. All this higher time frame stuff. I consider all this a little bit higher time frame. You can see structure, blah blah blah. You're not going to really need to see all the oscillations on the candles and stuff. I could see it all on the DOMs. I have my main instance. So I have two instances on this Windows machine or Windows operating system. I have dual boot, right? I can boot into Linux, and then everything's a little prettier and faster across all charts. But then I lose my Stream Deck functionality and a bunch of other things. G keys don't work as well in Linux. Um, because again, the Stream Deck and Corsair on Linux, it's not from Corsair, it's not from like IQ or whatever. It's a yeah, it's kind of poor. It's somebody who, out of the goodness of their heart, made some software for Linux, and it doesn't work as well. But it's cool. If I was doing like I don't know video editing and I needed like shortcut keys and all that other good stuff, it's enough. But for trading, it's not fast. Right? Just doesn't do a good job. Anyway, I'm going to turn this from whatever it was, 50 ms back to 0, the default, because it doesn't matter. Just taking up too many resources. Now, what time is it? 11:42. Alex, I do CQG routing with Sierra, and I use Denali data. At least on the what you're looking at. I have another account where I execute on just CQG, and that's so I have a live connection on my phone. And the CQG, oh, the CQG software works really well. Sierra Chart and CQG are in a little bit of a battle. Maybe. Sierra Chart Engineering doesn't really like the CQG way with the APIs, and they say it's unnecessarily complicated. So, yeah, I get it. Well, maybe if AMP adopts the Teton, I'll give it a shot. Maybe. I have a feeling, this is just a feeling, that once AMP adopts Teton, that Sierra chart is going to start charging for the routing. We'll see if I'm wrong on that. That's what I think. I think they're going to say 5 cents a side. We're still cheaper than CQG, which is 10 cents a side routing. That's what I think they're going to do. So CQG, um, if you're using CQG, they and you're paying for data through CQ. If you're set up on CQG data, right, you're gonna have to pay your exchange fees. You're gonna pay for essentially activity, and things are flashing on other screens. Hold on. I have to pay separate exchange fees for my CQG data and routing using my CQG software. So just keep that in mind. I pay Sierra Chart exchange fees. I pay them to use the software. And then I pay my broker 10 cents aside to CQG route when I use Sierra Chart to execute. Does that make sense? A lot of people are really confused about the routing data stuff and exchange fees. Touch Portal, like Stream Decks or X Keys, but surprisingly works better than both. Interesting, Brown Dog. Um, do you use that on Linux? Might be a stupid question. Touch Portal. Let's see. I'm gonna go look for it. Touch Portal. PC and Mac. Boo. Touch Portal for Linux. I don't see it for Linux. Eh, bummer. Man, if I could get, honestly, if I could get my Stream Deck and all my shortcut keys to work um, flawlessly in Linux, then I would use it probably. But it's such a benefit to use a Stream Deck for me. I'd say if I'm scalping fast, I'm probably more than 300% faster with the Stream Deck. Just because of the buttons I use. And the Stream Deck, literally, if I hold down on buy bid -1 and I just hold down on it, it's pulling something like 1,000 times per second. It's some crazy amount. I don't know. So maybe it's not that high, but I can probably enter. Shit. How many orders can I enter? Do I have to go to Sim to do that? Let's see. We'll go to Sim. We'll go to Sim on the DOMs at least. Here. Okay. Make sure we are. Okay, let's buy bid -3. So about 20 orders are entered in just under a second and a half or something. And if I just hold it down, it just keeps smashing it. So it is very useful in terms of, yeah, that's so, it's just very useful for entering and exiting. It's just fast. Here. I kind of went over some of this earlier in the stream, but I'll show you guys again. Stream Deck. There it is. Right? So like this button here, if I have my mouse, let's say your DOM. Oh, here's my DOM. So let's say I enter long here, right? This is the move target. So let's say my target pops up way over here, and then price shoots up, and I'm like, I see a bunch of activity here I don't like. If I just have my finger on the Stream Deck and I go here with the mouse and I hit that button, the targets just go boom and move down. All of them. And same with my stops, same kind of thing. My stops are here, let's say, and the market like moves up like this, and I'm like, this becomes major support, and I want to put my stops here. I just hit this. I move my oh beautiful. I move my mouse like here, and then I just hit that button. Boom! All the stops get moved up instantly. It's stuff like this that works perfectly, right? And then if I want to tick the parent order, because you know how you buy, like, let's say you have a buy, and it's a PB, parent buy order, and it's here, right? And then you bracket it with a stop here, right? And then this is your sell up here, right? Sell target. So you can move the target order right here by this button. And if you're short, you can move the target button with this button. So let's say that's the target was down here. All right, let's say this was a buy target and this was a sell. You could move it with this here. And then your stop, the parent order, right? You can tick it up or down with this. This would just move up. The whole bracket would move up, and then this one move down. So I end up scaling in because I take my finger and I slide it down like this, and I can either move it with the mouse or I can move it with this stuff here. So this parent. Lots of ways to do it. So it ends up working out really nice. Let's see, S3. All right, back out of sim here. Bink. All right. Yeah, brown dog, I gotcha. I looked it up. 2 hours, 15 minutes on the treadmill now. Feeling good. I'm surprised nobody asked about my what was apparently a big loser trade um on 1, 2, 3 days ago. Nobody. I doxed myself into that video, by the way. For those of you guys who were around, you saw it. Stepan asks, "Do you trade options?" I do. Yes, I trade them on Thinkorswim and Interactive Brokers. I mainly trade. So I don't often trade um, naked calls or just calls or puts by themselves. Oh yeah, there comes the order flow. Flip it. 193 purchased at 1250. Someone willing to sell. Here, I like it. Nothing like pure delta. Let's go back up and test 1250 now. Quick test. Quick test. Let's see. Sierra chart giving me errors. I'm like, I'm I'm clicked on this chart and I'm hitting my stream deck to get into orders, and it's like, chart trade mode must be enabled for you to get in. Stupid. So I had to go click my DOM. I'm trying to swipe in right there. I was trying to swipe in to get in on the ask. Too late. I missed my scalp, guys. Well, it wasn't that much. It was so those were micros, and I was down 20K on micros for the ES, and then I was down on MNQ. I was down about 6 or 7, so 28. Believe it or not, there are people who know exactly how that trade turned out. Oh, right. Yeah, I don't think that there's a way to do that, Kermit. I don't think so. I've tried. At one point in the past, I tried that. I think we're going to get a little short up. Let's see. Come on. I think we're going to get 3 points out of this. Let's see. 13s to 10 and a halves. Let's see. They found the stops. Let's see. Let's see if they find my stops. I'll tell you if I stop here. I'm sure. They might. It's about that time of day. They go hunt them. It's a almost power hour here, by the way. Like, what power hour? What's power hour? Power hour is the last hour of RTH. You know what you could do, Kermit, is you can use auto hotkey to immediately cancel your existing stop order, I think, and then for it to execute a shortcut key in Sierra chart that says add a trailing stop, and then do a trade configuration. Um, Not stopped. Wow. Um, do a trade configuration button that auto hotkey then has some sort of delay between the three, right? Maybe 10 stopped. Bummer. That might be it. Maybe that's it right there. But I got stopped. Bummer on this short, 13 short. Dang it. I wish I was Rainer, always winning. That was a tight stop. It didn't work out. Um, and then just have some sort of delay. So it'll be like a three-part thing, right? Cancel. Um, I mean, you might be left with in Sierra chart at least canceling open orders, right? Set the. Yeah, I guess it's maybe a two part auto hotkey because you're setting a config. Well, let's see. You might need to set the quantity and maybe set a setting in Sierra chart saying like match open. I think there's a setting that says like match open existing position quantities. So set that, turn that on, and then then it should work if you do like a two step type thing. I don't know. But if you're not a auto hotkey extraordinaire, okay, here it is. Power hour. 2000 tick. I'm gonna go take out. There's hardly any volume up there. Poor high up there right now on the TPO. Think we're gonna take it out? Let's see. Top left. Right here. We're high. You see this? Breaking above and holding this 3940 to 3930 targets 4020 initial. What? So in other words, break above, hold it, then we target that. Not today. Higher time frame ish, guys. Anyway, back to the other charts. Yeah, auto hotkeys, Kermit. The program is called auto hotkey. And essentially, what you can do is combine multiple steps into a single macro. They have a lot of, it's free. They have a lot of excellent tutorials too. But for me, I'm not a great coder. It's very time consuming. Very time consuming to figure it out. Okay. Yeah, auto hotkey would work then. You're already there, buddy. All right. I'm tired of walking. 2.5 hours. Oh, nice. Oh boy. All right. I don't like this time in sales up. It's still. I think this is decent for in terms of a dark theme in Windows that you don't have to use a bunch of crap. Anyway, it ain't bad. Okay, I'm gonna take these headphones off. I'm gonna get rid of my treadmill. I'm gonna set up my office chair real quick. Ugh. You know what I plan to do to later today? I'm gonna go to Costco and buy some steak, and I am gonna barbecue the most amazing steak today. And we're gonna have for dinner steak and then fruit afterward. So maybe we'll do some fresh mango and then maybe a salad, cucumbers and tomatoes maybe. We seem to all handle that well, but leafy greens, nope, no leafy greens for us. Let's go. 3,000 tick. Let's put the HUD up. See that? That tells me marketing go mode. That's right in front of my face, right next to my DOMs on the lower 49-inch monitor. I never miss it. That's why I make it so bright. It's in go mode, essentially. Look. Go mode. Go mode. It's flashing. So we're getting broad market participation. Be thee careful. Took out the poor high already. Almost, maybe. Go mode. 2,000 tick. 3,000. This market needs to go here. Needs to go. I'm going to use this opportunity to do something else. A lot of these other screens are, it's like, instead of it being browser capture, a lot of them are screen or like whole monitor captures. So I'm going to do some other things and not risk doxing myself real quick. There we go. Much better. All right, let's get this open. Keep that on. Google and go mode at the top of range. Let's see. Very top of range. They're going to sell this thing here short term. Let's see. It could break out here, but short term, this is resistance. On Alphabet, new highs, pull back. It still could go, but let's see. This is definitely chop zone here. Definitely chop zone. I'm looking at little fat man G complex essentially on another screen. My thinkorswim. All right. Go back to my flex grid. Apple near highs. Yeah, they're just gonna sell it up here. Microsoft, same thing. Amazon a little weaker. Tesla. Uh, yeah, they're gonna sell it. I don't see why this rally isn't gonna fail here. Let's see. Netflix is interesting. F Netflix. Let's look at Nvidia here. Nvidia. Interesting action here. Yeah, if Nvidia breaks down in a 150 below 158 here, that is signaling, yeah, sell it. I mean, everything points to the Nasdaq being sold here short term. Interesting. Chop zone, but interesting. That's the Fat Man G complex here. Here it goes. All right. Top right footprints. Scripts. What's going on, dude? Good evening from the United Kingdom. All right. Kermit says, sounds like I'm heading over. Yeah, man. Oh, it's going to be good. It's going to be so good. And I'm fasting all day, so it's going to be even better. They're going to sell this. Microsoft is broken range now. Sellers are in control on Microsoft short term. Let's see if we get a little bounce here to test bottom of range. 267.30 on Microsoft. Google trying to push bottom of range. It has. Sellers may or buyers may give up here on Google. Amazon pushing bottom of range. Stops to be, well, no, it's Amazon still needs another 1.5 for support. Tesla rounding down now. Nvidia broke it and breaking down. Apple still has not broke range. Apple's the market cap king, so let's see. Short term, this is the Maginot line at 90 0850 here on the mini. Bunch of buyers stepping up here, willing to cover lows. Looks like maybe they want to get long. Who knows? Who knows? T plus one right here. Right? You see the explosion above T plus one, little resistance. Resistance. Short-term balance here. This is a bull flag. Let me see. Yeah, we'll do this. Right? It's just a flag. So we'll see. We'll see if we break like that. Hmm. So much faster to chart on Windows. Golly. Yeah, scripts. So VWAP of the first 30 seconds of trade is essentially I do it for both the ES and the NASDAQ. It's right here. So that's essentially opening VWAP. I call it opening VWAP 30 seconds. And this line from RTH when it opens, so let's just say this is 6:30 or 9:30 Eastern. For the first 30 seconds, let's say that this is 30 seconds. You put a VWAP on a chart and reference um, chart time of 9:30 to 9:30 29 seconds, and then you say VWAP of that, and then you extend that line out for the whole session. So using like a price steady overlay, and that's high volume. So, a lot of people do 30-second opening range. A lot of people do 10 seconds. VWAP is a way to say 30 seconds, first 30 seconds of the opening range. And it's reactive. And I just, same thing with like settlement or whatever. Settlement tends to be highly reactive. Um, so let's see, where is it first calculated? Right here. Okay. So right here. Same thing with the E-mini. Let's see. Nasdaq trading a little different than the E-mini today. Um, but opening VWAP is 38.8950. Okay, so let's go look at it right there. Right. So general area of support kind of held. A little bit volatile. Went a little lower, but just go back and back test it. Right. All it is a high concentration of volume. That's it in a short amount of time. It's just another line I put on my chart, and it's one of the few that go there every day. Settlement is one, T plus 2 is one, opening VWAP is another. And then I put volume point of control, volume value area high, volume value area low, 10 SMA, 20 SMA, and that's it. I got these 5 auto-magically, when I say auto-magic, they're painted in every day automatically. 10 SMA, 20 SMA, T1, T2, opening VWAP, VPOC, value area high, value area low. That's the only thing that goes onto my chart as a line auto-magically every day. All right, so the value area highs here, the 20 SMAs. All right, it's a nice line. The value area high, value area low, I showed developing value area high and value area low, right? And that's useful because you end up seeing how it develops throughout the day, right? Here it is down at the earlier in the morning, right? So here we are, value area high, right up here. We've kind of ridden the 10 SMA up here. I don't know if you can see that. All right. We had a 10 SMA cross over the 20, and now we're riding trend up. So strong trends will ride the 10 SMA. Weaker trends, it's often trends that produce more sustainable rallies will rally off 20 SMA. So we have a trend here that's between the two rallying. So yeah, if you use the same indicators every single day, you start to figure out what kind of day you're in and how strong the market is relative to those moving averages, right? There's no magical moving average for the day. Maybe the 8 DMA works um, one day and then the 12 the next day. And, right? You don't have to put an 8, a 12, a 15, and 18. I would recommend put one DMA on there. And then relative to how the market's moving around that one moving average, you could say it's strong or weak. And then you have less lines on your chart. But that's just me. Anyway, yeah, that's it, Kermit. That's it. So in Sierra chart, from what I know, I'm the only one using real-time settlement of the CME. So this, because I use, so settlement is defined as volume weighted average price or VWAP of the last 30 seconds of the regular trading hours on equity indexes, meaning NASDAQ, um, NQ, I think RTY, Dow Jones. They all get defined that way, I believe. I know NASDAQ and ES for sure. Um, I don't really pay attention to RTY and YM. And so it's defined that way. So since if you have a reference chart with settlement with chart time of the last 30 seconds, you'll see settlement develop in real time. If you watch any of my older past live streams, you'll see I've taken, I don't know, 6 or 7 settlement trades developing in real time at the close. So there's specific setups on that. Whole moving averages are nice too. Yeah. Whatever works, man. You just want to have a reference point. That's it. I mean, some you can show development in real time, and others you might want to make it, whatever, 10 SMA on candle close, right? I happen to, on my charts, this 5 SMA is based on a reference chart. So if I make this chart here point and figure, it's still going to show me the 5 SMA. It's not going to show me the SMA of the point and figure chart. That's a 10 candle look back. It's always going to stay static, right? So let's just say I do 1-12 PF and hit enter. So that should change to 1-12 point figure. This is the 5 period, I'm sorry, this is the 10 period 5-minute SMA. And same with this 20. Because I think that I've always used the 10 period simple moving average for a 5-minute chart, and I know the way the market reacts around that. So for consistency's sake, I always print that on my chart. Always. So you see that? This is a point figure chart with a static 5-minute 10 period SMA. Or yeah, 10. Yeah, I guess 10 period SMA. A period is a candle, so that's what that is. Just not everybody knows that. Sessions are the whole session. Period is a candle. So I try not to use these terms that are too technical and people don't know what I'm referring to. So Ba, ba. Might be time for me to listen to some music. It's getting a little quiet. 12:20. M period coming up, guys. M period here. We got that poor high. So we've broken out this market profile here into the standard market profile here, like so. And then it's breaking out as far as how the price market is moving. So we've got this poor high. Here's T plus 1, T plus 2, 50% extension of initial balance, 100% extension of initial balance. Here's my old note. Squeezing and holding above targets 3,900. Hey, I traded with somebody on, was it 2 days ago? I think. Yeah, 2 days ago. When all this happened, and then we got that nasty pullback here. And he's like, oh, quite the rejection. I said, yeah, but it's valid as long as we hold this. Essentially, this note. It's from weekend. My weekend intensive charting that I do every single weekend. As long as we hold this, we're good. Notice it was T plus 2. We held it. Bing, spring back. So we're still on track for 3,900. So anyway, you guys know I was shorting on this day up in here. From here to here. You guys wouldn't believe me if I told you, but I'm going to tell you anyway. I shorted 43s here, hard. And I covered into T plus 1. And I got this thing averaged out to 39.27.72, I think, because it was there for so long. And I took heat on it. And I was on Twitter saying, let's see if we can go target 37.96, which is like these singles down here. We didn't get it. I covered that position here for a winner. You're like, bullshit. Bullish, Mike. Bullish. Bull-ish. That's bull, S-H-I-T. Or ish bull, but it's the truth. Whatever. There are people who have screenshots of this where I covered, by the way. So, whatever. Because I don't like to say things. It's even in Discord, I hated when people would just say after the fact, I sold here and covered here. I'd just be like, you lying sack of, show me. Show me on a chart. They're like, anyway, whatever. It is what it is. It doesn't matter. Okay, so let's see. Can I get rid of this? Yes, I can. All right, let's see here. So it was an eventual winner, but I did not get my whole move back down. And when we held the next day on this, I was long from here, and I took off into on Twitter publicly ahead of time, all out 39.13. Why? Above my weekly resistance. You're like, liar. No, it's all been here. It's all, these charts have been out and about. They've been on YouTube. They've been around. People have seen them. All these levels, right? Clearly defined since last weekend. Why? Because I use weekly TPO charts on all this stuff. Let's see. ES weekly TPO. Right? All this. You see that? This all comes from this chart. Anyway, whatever. I hate bragging after the fact, even though I'm doing it. I hate when it looks like I'm I don't know. Just hindsight quarterbacking. It's the worst. We have a little gap in the market. Somebody wants to sell this hard on the E-mini. The indexes, not the indexes, the Fat Man G's are selling off right now. Amazon broke support. Tesla just broke down. Tesla coming up to VWAP here at 750. So Tesla's going to bounce. Google is bouncing on VWAP. Microsoft's still in the upper range, but it was at range lows. But Tesla had a big sell bar there. So it explains this movement. You're like, but I don't see. Yeah, you don't see it. It's just how it is. You won't see it. I'm not gonna show my TOS program. It's not easy to do it all in OBS in real time without doing something stupid. So whatever. Yeah, this is a good trade. You're like, what are you doing? Any of you guys use Discord? I'm sure a lot of you do. Are there any really great Discord rooms? Like, not a lot of signal, or not a lot of noise, right? Traders not just boasting about fake P&Ls, people predicting markets ahead of time with a decent probabilistic type language, meaning, well, the market might do this. I, you know, speaking in a little bit more of a mature way. Are there and is there like decent education and fairly high activity? Are there any discords out there that are like that, that are free, or is it just a lot of noise? I feel like my microphone might be. Oh, I guess it is working. Kieran Jones says bookmap. Is it like a bookmap Discord, Kieran? Haha, Kermit. That's how my Discord was. Oh, cool. It used to be that way. Very low noise. And we'd have to kick people from time to time, but we enforced it. And you wouldn't believe how much hate I got from people who got banned from that. So pissed. Their people were so angry. In a lot of cases, it wasn't even me who banned them. That's what's funny. That's a lot of work, though. Anybody who's running a Discord and really trying to keep the noise down and has to moderate, props, because that is a lot of work. You end up having to be like, I just don't care about it, but then the whole thing goes to crap. And then, oh, you see that? All the tens come in. Every single level, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Either side. 12:30. New 30-second, new 30-minute bar. Do you see it? 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. 30-minute bars matter a lot too, guys. What are they doing right here? What are those 10s doing when they fire in? If the candle gets sold this way for stops, market makers are providing liquidity for that candle to then retrace back to the open. So if the candle, let's just say, if the candle, so this candle closes, let's just say it's like this, and it's a blue candle, right? And then this one opens at a new 30-minute bar, they'll stop run it. So here's the open, and it goes foomp. So they provide 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. And what tends to happen is if they fill, you get an immediate rebound effect up. So these market makers are looking for that stop run from dynamic players. And it's obviously it pays them because you saw on the MBO it was 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, right? And they all lit up at once right at the candle open. They're looking for the stop run to provide liquidity, and they're going to run over back the other direction and immediately HFT out into small iceberg lots here. That's what they do. My short is going to pay me. Yay. Balance, double, test T+1. Let's go. This is why you keep Fat Man G up. Anyway, look at that RBV. 467 lots. Defending. Yeah, buddy. RAV, sorry. Someone is allowing us out here. Someone wants to sell, someone wants to buy. Cover. Look. 524, 512. This is 1,000 lots transacted right here really fast. You see the volume just boom, kick out real quick. Pay me. Pay me. All right. Double balance. I'm out. Yes. Well, this is why it's a lot better for me to trade this way without showing you guys my orders, because then you get a bunch of copy traders in here. Much better. I can keep trading and making money and talk and not give away all my positions here. This does make a little bit of a difference, I notice. Some of you guys will copy trade me to the T. So this is much better. Oh, my little girl's crying. My wife must be making food. Let's see, what time is it? 12:30? Yep. My wife probably put her down. You know, around nap time, she's like, just hold me, love me. She'd be fine, but my wife's got to cook, so on her tummy she goes. Oh, I really want to go hug her. I'll be back. I'm going to go pick her up and give her kisses. Kermit. Yeah, it's a whole thing, dude. You you know. It's a believe it or not, I don't talk about 95% of the garbage I deal with from people. Um, Once in a while I'll rant, but you get it, my friend. You get it. I appreciate you saying that and understanding because a lot of people on my end don't really get it. All right, I'm going to go hug my little girl. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'm just going to give her a quick 2 or 3 minute hug. Sweetums, look. So, you want to talk into the mic? You don't really talk much. I'll put these headphones on. I know you don't like it when I wear headphones because I look weird. Alright. There you go. Look. Look. Hi. How you doing, sweetie? Look. Sophie, look this. Yeah. That's the mic. Yeah. Uh-huh. You want to talk to everybody? My little sweetum. Hey. Sophie Evelyn, you want to touch my face? You want to give me big smiles? Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. What's up, Ben? Chess? Oh, let's play this afternoon. After the market closes. Okay. Sounds good. Mm. She's touching my nose, my mouth, and giving me big smiles. Hey, sweetie. She's so happy she's hugging me. Hey there. Oh, she's happy now. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna give you back to Mama because I got to trade. Okay. All right, buddy. Let's vacate the trading room, and I'm gonna give Sophie back to Mama. All right. Yeah, because I need to focus. There's only like 20 minutes of my trading day left, buddy. Do you work Sunday? Okay. Shane, your daughters are 17 and 14. Oh, cool. No, I mean, this is my day to trade. My wife is back to work, working part time. Uh, nice test of this lower area. Let me see what's going on. Wow, look at that bounce with Google. Roughly held VWAP. Whoa, whoa. SPY, early MOC, 650 million to sell, by the way. That was a little bit ago. Let's see what it is. Kieran Jones says, "Go do it. I'm a father myself." Yeah, man. It's amazing having this is just such a fun time. I mean, it's challenging, don't get me wrong, but you know how it is. Daughters are 17 and 14. Awesome, Shane. Uh, Kieran Jones says she is going to become a master trader and investor. Yeah, maybe. Whatever they want to do. If you ask my son Ben, what are you gonna do when you grow up? He'll say, I'm gonna make tobots. Really? Yep, I'm gonna make tobots out of Legos. Cool. Hey, maybe he will. He loves with his Mega Blocks trying to build tobots and do integrations. It's a fancy word for saying they transform. All these knockoff shows from Transformers. Um, boy, don't you love it when look on this Nasdaq here, that big bubble right there. They went, filled that order, and then the whoever passively filled is winning. You see that? Passively filled, winning. Passively filled, winning. Passively filled, losing. But passively filled on the ask, someone took initiative and then winning right after. So they're probably already scaled out. Who knows? I mean, you don't know, but look at me assuming they're all day traders. If they are day traders, they're probably already out. Just take the win. Time for me to play on the NASDAQ here. Looking interesting. Chick chick. That's one of the things about talking about your kids and being a father. I'm wanting to sing Dave and Ava songs. A rig a chick chick and away we go, away we go. Yep, that's what I was doing yesterday a little bit in the evening. Da da dun dun dun. Starts going around in your head. All these nursery rhymes and kid songs. Sheesh. I'm a big fan of opera. So, the maestro, Luciano Pavarotti. I have a ton of his videos. I have a bunch of, well, from a long time ago, CDs. And I watched just a ton of his YouTube videos, different performances. But anyway, I have DVD performances of him and all kinds of stuff. I'm just a big fan. Rip, the greatest, the best ever, in my opinion. Um, and instead of that stuff filling my head, I have nursery rhymes. Dave and Eva. This is one sign you're a parent of young children. Yep, Shane. Oh man. Oh. Oh, that's not what I want. Just looking at SPX options here on another screen. There's a good chance, depending on how we close today, that I buy some put spreads across Qs and SPY. Let's see. Let's go. Need to hold this short term. Come on. Can we hold 60? And then bounce, baby, bounce. Come on. Otherwise, do they need more volume? That is the question. 12:44, 6 minutes. Let's go. 12,200 Nasdaq. Let's go, baby. Come on. Moon time. Let's see. You ever go into Thinkorswim in the trade flash? There's a little sprocket where you can click your saved um, watch list, and then it filters everything by that save watch list. It's pretty dang useful. So I have a watch list called futures, and the futures watch list includes a bunch of different relevant futures, but it also includes SPY, QQQ, and all that. And so then all the news is really targeting, or at least the trade flash targets all of that stuff very directly. It's quite nice. And then you get like all the really big options trades highlighted in there. It's really good stuff. So if you want to look, say, at EEEM, EFA, HYG, right? XLP, right? A lot of these large ETFs, you get to see like really big trades coming through only. So the filter is quite nice. It's all free too. That's what's cool. So for like, I have one for internals, market internals. So I get to see headlines for that, right? VIX like 645. VIX new lows despite ES are supposed roughly midpoint of the range in early trading. That was at 645. VIX erases early gains down 2.35% to lows 2550, right? You get all these headlines around just VIX stuff. So you get a filter. That is really nice to do. I even have like, so I have something called movers, and it's a watch list for things that have made big moves. So like we could see on BYND someone sold 5,500 calls July 8th, 550,000 deltas. So kind of interesting. And I mean, there's like this trade is like 10,000 calls they're selling. All right, just premium collecting essentially. So that's somebody who took initiative and hit the bid to sell calls on BYND. Good stuff. Um, anyway, and then you can just clear it and see everything if you want. Most of the time, though, I keep it on one of the public um, watch lists, and I keep it on S&P 100 for the most part. So there's a big delta trade. So all right, 30 seconds for imbalance. 20 seconds. They're probably going to stop me out of this NASDAQ trade. Bummer. Or not. 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, it didn't get me. Well, that's good. To the moon. To the moon. My stop was under T1. I'm long from 49s on NASDAQ. Golly. This is going to be a big R trade if it works out, right? Yeah, we'll get out some. There is no reason to have a losing trade when you're 1 hour up on this thing. There's just no reason. All right. Anyway, a bunch of QQQ September calls bought. Yeah, anyway, back to the chat. Let's see. No, nothing. Quiet group. I guess I will go look at my Discord news. Uh, um, I have a Discord here that has news feeds that come in from. So I have crypto hedge funds, crypto technical analysis news. So these are all different feeds. Crypto news in general, equity futures only news, news for TPO, market profilers, stocks, hedge funds only. So everybody that feeds into this are a bunch of hedge funds. Options news. So this is all news related to option flow. Stocks, technical analysis news. Stocks, earning news. These are all different news feeds. So I could quickly go look at the various lists. I have stocks, general headline news. I have Forex news. I have sentiment news. And this is following accounts that give me sentiment. And then I have general headlines news. And that's it. That's what? 10, 11, 12. 12 different news feed setups. I have my own private Discord here. And I pay for a bot to bring all that in, which is, it's cool. It's very useful. I'll go through and read all this stuff, and it actually does help me a lot because I know when I'm in a news feed, I know that I'm looking at price here. I know that what I'm looking at, and that the only thing in that news feeds are say hedge funds, hedge fund managers, right? So when they say something about the market, I know whose perspective um, they represent, right? So it's kind of cool. I like to go read that in my off time. All right. 900 million to sell, MOC. Hmm. Still not stopped out of my NASDAQ here. Yeah, buddy. All right, the trailer is moving up. Because if we break here, it's going to go. We'll see. It's go time. 5 minutes left. You either go or you don't. I don't want to have a losing trade. Forget about it. Come on, pop it like it's hot. This is coiled. It's right into the close. Right like that. So let's see. Hey, you either go or you don't. Stop moved up. You want to come take me out? That's fine. We're long 49s. Da. Yeah, I mean, I gotta think we're gonna go take out 10 on the E-mini here. We'll see. We will see. Either way, retracing back to 58 gets me out about 1R on this NASDAQ trades. Whatever. This is where the El Gato Stream Deck really helps on these trails. You can just adjust them real fast. You can do it with the mouse too, but it's faster. Faster this way. Paganzo, it's just it's a Discord that I created for myself. So, and this might give you like an idea for yourself. So in there, I have like all my trade setups. I have news feeds, um, that sort of thing. So it's kind of like a big journal, right? Because Discord's nice in terms of being able to do a lot of things, stream stuff in, and then have pictures and organize channels for various things. So as I so over the years I've created like folders on. I'm gonna get stopped. Yeah, I'm stopped on the Nasdaq. I'm stopped. Um, oh well, it is what it is. And someone caught that stop too, by the way. That's interesting. Some ice on the Nasdaq here. Interesting. Anyway, I'm not going to talk about that right now because there are going to be settlement trades here today on the E-mini. Last 30 seconds of RTH, you're going to get a settlement bar printing here. We're getting close. Another 25 seconds, and essentially, you're going to start getting a new settlement bar printing. And it's going to be this background. You guys see it? Yeah, this background here is going to turn orange. Let's zoom out. Okay. Yep. Okay. Here it comes. 8 seconds. Oop, they're building a big position right here at O2's. Big position built. Here's settlement bar print. So settlement, opening VWAP, or I'm sorry, settlement, volume weighted average price for the last 30 seconds. It's going to move in real time. So settlement's moving down, 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 8 seconds. There it goes back to the developing settlement. Maybe come back up here. Now it's going to come down. Watch. Boom. You see how quick that was? It's a beauty. So what you need to do is if you're going to play settlement, you need to have bracket orders set up for stops and take profit so that as soon as you enter, you're getting take profit. Now, notice I say it's going to come down here. Why? Because developing settlement was here. They developed this range here and then settle as they came down and there was ice and it moved back up. It has a tendency to want to push back into this level, zip up, and come straight back to settlement. Now, this is a very, very docile settlement. I mean, it's a 30th percentile settlement, so this is boring as all heck. And we rejected off what was prior T2. We're probably coming back to T1, settle right here, which is this orange line. And notice here on that purple chased this market up. the algos ran from it and then they squashed it back to settle. All right, here's the breakdown. So breakdown bar, let's look at this. Remember, these are 1500 volume bars. I usually play this with 1000 volume bars. The action is much cleaner. Watch, here I'll show you. 1000 V. I think that's 1000. No, I might have messed that up. 1 V. Okay, there you go. Oh my, so slow. Okay, so anyway, much cleaner on 1000 volume bars. See that? So each of these bars is 1000 volumes. That's how they print. Anyway, God, Windows is slow. Hey, Kermit. I always appreciate your input, my friend. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of. I mean, what's great about the settlement trade is that you're playing with essentially institutional players, and your 1 or 10 lots are not going to matter. They're just not. So, there's thousands upon thousands of contracts transacting in seconds here, and they're going to run over you, right? So, if you know there's a tendency for mean reversion around settlement, right, even to come back up, and we're going to come all the way back down probably, if you know there's that tendency and you've kind of anticipated the way that we're going to move back into settlement because you've seen they've built this position right here, right? You see that? I'll show you. Tell you. That position they built right into settlement right there. But they built it right prior to. Right there, I think they're covering out, whoever did that. And then you had this move, and you had this big order chase the market. This purple, 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 until that order was then slapped, right? And then you got the super quick straight up again, and then straight back down. But you typically can take, and it's even better if you have like a swing low like this. See that? Now, this is a few ticks. It's very docile today. I just want to point that out. This is 1.5 points to set up that. I mean, you could take it long side, whatever, back to settle or developing settlement. But as this settlement changes and it migrates back up, you're anticipating a move to retest this. Any move outside of that is probably going to come back in and then come back to settlement. Hence why you get that at the end of settlement, right? This is the settlement period between here and here, right? You have to be looking at your HUD, and I do. I have my HUD up, and I'm glancing at it all the time. Like, okay, I got 2 seconds left, so I know how it's going to move in the last 3, 4, 5 seconds. If it moves up, and you get like a stop, okay, I can look to get in off this swing low for a return back to settle. In this case, it went further down, and then Kermit was saying he took the long. Maybe he took the long here too, but I don't. Yeah, maybe it was there. I'm not sure. And now you have T2. T2 has decent volume, and T2 typically heads back to T1. That's how it typically works. We'll see. Anyway, let's see. Go back here. Clear all this stuff. All right. Oh, the first one. Nice. That's right, Kermit. You're just a small fish getting in and out, scalping. So, but the more tools you add to your toolkit around various times of the day, the more you get to play. So, like, if you've sat on your hands all day because you're just like, I don't feel confident, I don't know what's going on, and then you get a settlement set up, you're like, well, I can finally play. So, yeah, sure, maybe you lose money, but the more tools you add to your repertoire, I don't know about you guys, the happier I am, right? The less I'm just sitting on my hands doing nothing all day on some days when I don't feel like I have a good setup. So, and that's, I know I repeat this all the time, but with trading, it really is all about, you guys can see why I took the NASDAQ long, by the way. Here, I'll show you right here. You see that trend line there? Right. It was possible that we got some sort of move like that to 12,200. So I was looking for this to take off and then take off into 12,200. So before the highs, I was going to take off right. And I was long from 140 from 49 stop below right here. So excuse me. 10-point stop, as that stop was 39 and ended up stopping out into 58 and I took off into 53. So it's less than 1 R trade overall. I did not take off here because I wanted to allow this thing to move up um, right here into this zone. This was a much better uh, potential risk reward. So I just didn't know what was going to happen. So sucks. Just didn't work out. Yeah, that happens. Really sucks. Let's see. Put our risk reward tool on real quick. So 39 stop, 49 entry. A lot of times I end up entering on whole numbers because on my DOM, geez, now we'll just put it. And then I ended up getting out roughly about 54 and a half. So, oops. Yeah, I messed that up here. I need to zoom in a bit more. Let's see. There we go. I ended up getting out about, on average, 55 and a half here. So 0.76R trade. That's what it was. I, I mean, I was sitting here watching it like a hawk when it was here, right? False break. Came back, stopped me at 58. At 58, there was ice. Good for me. Why? Um, because I stopped out and I would have gotten slippage, but there wasn't. There was ice right here. So, thump, a no, very little slippage stop out into 58, 59s right there. Again, my DOM just aggregates 1 point. You learn to not worry about a point or the bid-ask spread on the Nasdaq, because otherwise you're quibbling over ticks, and the Nasdaq moves too much. But the setup on the trade was to take, sorry, right there. That was the setup. This is a almost 6R trade. That's why I liked it. Didn't work out. But, I mean, if you can still win 1R on this trade, or even 0.76 Rs above 50% of the time, you'll still make money. And the one time it does, just absolutely, smashes through and then pulls back and goes, I mean, that's a 6R trade, right? And again, you're looking for some sort of you're looking for some sort of resistance at the highs up here. But if it's really strong, right, and it gets up here and then it just sort of pulls back in a bullish manner, and you're reading the price action, you're like, this market's strong. Then you go look over at your Fatman G complex and you're like, oh, that looks good too. Well, then you may hold for new highs, right? And some sort of, and again, this is a bit of a timing trade because this is into the close, right? You're getting long with essentially 20, 25 minutes left into the close. I think personally that's enough time. But the fact that we just went sideways into the close, it happens. But that is enough time to kind of come up here. And it would have been better. And just if we're gonna discuss it would have been better if this here came down, and instead of this being 11, this high here was like, say, 10:15 my time. Oh, that's bad. 10:15 a.m. So that would be what, 1:15 Eastern. So if this was 1:15 Eastern, and then we came back around like that, then you have this like head or cup and handle type thing, right? And then like it's already moving up with about 40 minutes left till the close, and it's doing this. That would be better for me. But this is like, this trade is, it's like so close to the close. I feel like it's on the cusp. 12:30, all right, 30 minutes before the close. I feel like it's on the cusp of timing, right? It'd be better if this trade, this pullback happened, I don't know, around here this time. So this head went like this and then start to cup and handle, right? Or even another pattern, which is where it goes like this, and you get a complex retracement, and then you get a rule of three trend line, right? And then if you could buy in here, anticipating a break here, these tend to even work out better. But this was a good pattern. It was a good pattern. It just happened to break the trend line here and fail and just go sideways. I don't know. It's actually good for bulls. Didn't buy any puts, by the way. Um, had this market come into this gap like that, I would have bought puts if they were cheap. For a retest of this area here. Plus, I'm long QQQ on some, on, well, just accounts. So happy to buy put spreads against that long position um, in case this bear market continues down, which I guess the likelihood is that it will continue down, right? But so that's kind of the idea. Those QQQ shares are on retirement account and swing account, and the retirement account purchases are underwater. Um, which is fine because I buy those typically with profits, and most of it is all buy and hold. So I don't take uh, on the retirement account. I don't take big positions. It's not margined or anything. So it's just 30-year outlook. The market does the whole parabolic move, right? This is monthly chart, weekly chart. The market does the whole parabolic move, does this, starts channeling down. I'm buying probably from up here all the way down. So I'm probably, if we're looking at this market now, I'm averaged in from relative to where we are, maybe we're down here, I'm averaged in on those buys from way up here. And I've already bought coming this way. If it keeps coming down, I'll just buy. And it's a 30-year hold. I'm Warren Buffetting this retirement account. So if this market comes down, I'm a holder. Still just going to hold. Just going to buy, buy, buy. Comes all the way down. 80, 90%, I'm not going to be selling the bottom. I'm going to be going, I need to do better on my futures and buy more. Right? And if it keeps going 80 past 80 or 90%, then China and Russia have invaded the United States, and I'm screwed anyway. So I don't care about my retirement account at that point. A little tongue in cheek, but actually kind of true. Let's go here. There you go. Yeah, Kermit. Oh, Miran asks, what screen drawing software do I use? I use on Windows. I use let me see if I can find it real quick. It's this one, Epic Pen. Let me see if I can. It's this. Yeah, Pierrick. Thanks, buddy. Devin Larrett and all his special forces. Gonzo says, "How would one develop a HUD?" It's very difficult, my friend. You know who has my HUD? The chart book and all? Ticino Trader. I sent it to him. He asked me, he said, "Hey, someone from my group wants me to develop it like yours. Is that okay? Are you okay with that?" I said, "Sure. Here you go, buddy. Foomp. Take the chart book. Make improvements if you want." Um, so yeah, he's a busy guy though. So if you want my HUD, which I won't sell the chart book, and I won't do a YouTube video on because it's too complicated. It is just too complicated to make essentially what I'm talking about. This. It's not too complicated for all of you, but it's too complicated for 90 um, percent of you. No, 95, 98% of you. It's too complicated. No, he hasn't put it together yet. He had a few questions or a question, I think, about it, and I answered him to the best of my ability. And he's probably just working on other stuff. I mean, the guy's a trader, and he's got a bunch of subscribers and everything like that, and he does other things. So whenever he gets to it, but um, or if he even gets to it, he may decide maybe I won't do it, but I think he's gonna do it. I mean, he has the chart book, so I mean, he basically probably will. If I know him at all, he's probably trying to figure out a way to do the same thing that I did and improve the efficiency of the chart book because there's a lot of studies to make what I made in there. And if he does that and figures it out, a better way to do it, like a much better way to do it, then I'll end up using his chart book um, from him that is basically my design. Because it wouldn't surprise me that he'll be able to do that, but you never know. Yeah, maybe he doesn't ever figure out a different way to do it. But especially this in here, right where it flashes. This all took some time, especially all these bars. This all took some time. Very difficult. So sneak peek. I guess maybe he'll offer it eventually, but whenever he does, he does. I mean, in the meanwhile, he's doing so many cool things on with his chart books, right? I mean, the guy is the Sierra chart. He is the Sierra chart master. I mean, I can only hope to attain his level of proficiency one day in Sierra chart. not exceed it. It's he's just he is beyond me. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I mean, whenever it comes. So, but so anyway, I have shortcut keys or um, shortcut trading keys for this on my Stream Deck. So it's just you know, or on my G keys. So for example, I don't have to touch this, right? I just go from like this and then oh, like that, right? And then if I draw, boom, there's a delete key, right? And then if I want to go back to my mouse, it's all just in here. Look, see, back and forth. Market just meandering up. Resistance up here at this teapot for sure. 0809s. Might even be here. 10 SMA. Oh, you guys don't see it. Yeah, 10 SMA. We're there. Anyway, I'm not ready to go to Costco yet. Too early. By the way, for you guys that are still sticking around here and use Sierra chart, Kermit, nice to have you on, buddy. F1 is awesome. Um, let's see. Global settings. Can you guys see that? Oh, no, you can't see it. Never mind. Let's go top. There you go. How's that? Oh, you guys are like, is he on sim? No, of course I'm not on sim. Look, it's not on sim. What was I? If you go to global settings, general trade settings. Here, I'm gonna move this off the screen. I can't always see notifications. No. Select non-sims. No. Global settings. Let's see. Is it general settings? I just want to make sure that I don't have some. I can't remember where the login is here. Oh, hold on. Settings windows. Okay, here you go. Um, I never can totally remember where all my login information. I think it's in like global uh data trade service settings, but I don't know. I haven't memorized all this stuff. I mean, if I had to, I'd say go to data trade service settings for all my login stuff, but I'm doing this all live. So anyway, so these settings windows, resize settings windows on column count change, yes. Use single click for yes, no, and settings windows when not selected. Anyway, copy this, guys. If you're in Sierra chart, copy all this right here. Set it all to yes. So for example, I don't know, let's say like that. So you see how this is scrolling down? Well, that's going with my scroll wheel. So scroll wheel up selects when next setting. All right, so if you do this, and then you apply it, when I click, when I scroll, do my scroll wheel up, it's moving down, kind of like a fighter. So these little things, and like notice how this, I single click that and it changed it yes to no. If this use single click for yes no in settings window when not selected is set to no, watch what happens. Watch. If I click this right now, Wait a second. Oh, when not selected, sorry. Well, I'm looking like an idiot. Anyway, set these to yes because what's going to end up happening is if you don't have all these set the way I do, I don't know. I dickered around with it before, but this won't be a single click from yes to no. You'll have to like click it and then it'll do a little drop down, and it just takes forever. And then like if these are all these settings, if these are all not set this way, when you go in here, you see how if I single click this, it's gonna highlight the whole thing rather than just putting a little like selection at the front where you have to hit like delete or like highlight. Watch. If I just click this, it's all highlighted. See that? So my chart update interval in milliseconds, I guess it's 500, right? That's a single click. Boom, single click, single click. Open files on startup. This is a yes, no. So a single click will change that to no. That's very, 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 very helpful. Anyway, I'll do a YouTube video on it for like the chart, uh, for like the new settings windows. Just go set that to yes, and then like set your global graphics settings for, where is it? For the window. Um, lot of settings. Right here, settings window. Item foreground color. So that's your text. Your background color, right? So here's what you can do. All right, go into, oh, first off, let's go into chart settings. All right, open this one, symbol. All right, now we'll just do this. Graphics settings, global. All right, so your highlight color right here. Change it to a brighter white, watch. Ah, much brighter white. See that? I had to think about it for a little bit and then it applied it, right? Apply it again. Boop. A little less obnoxious. Okay. The whatever this foreground color, so that's like a lot of this. It's all black. But what if we change it to orange? Okay. See? You can change it to whatever you want. See that? So your section, title foreground, so the section, so this is simple section, simple settings, nice and bright white. So it's brighter, it pops. But you can change it to say, I don't know, you're themed out, right? You guys see this up here, right? We're themed out with blue. The windows is blue. It's a certain color blue. Okay, so maybe we want it blue. Does that look like crap? Maybe the text being blue looks like crap. I don't know. Let's see. It's okay. Whatever. Or maybe you want it blue here. See, I don't like that because I want when it's blue highlighted. See that? I want it to be like just a little darker. Why? Because when it's set to yes, if it's the same color, then that yes won't be visible. I don't know. Um, let's see. What else can we go over? It's only 1:30 in the afternoon for me, and I'm not eating until dinner, so I'm just spending time in the office because I love this stuff. Let's see. Um, so maybe that's cool. Maybe. I don't know. Let's see. Title, background, maybe a little bit darker. I don't know. Maybe slightly darker. Right there. Let's see. No. I don't think that is cool. I mean, it's okay, but the sections I want them to really pop. So I like that, right? Haha, yeah, that is nice. But maybe instead of this, we do, hmm, I have an idea. Maybe we invert this all. Nah, not that important. I think the way I had it was fine. All right. Or maybe we'll even do it like this. I like the white. Foreground, background. What, do this one? Let's see. Is that all right? Yeah, that's okay. Maybe a little darker. Hey, these are your tools, guys. Have at it. Have fun. The highlight color, which was just this, right? See that? But I don't know. Maybe you want to. So look, and when I'm in Windows, look. Um, oh, it's not giving me. So this is my highlight color, right? Would I like to be the same? Yeah, sure. But maybe you want to have your highlight like dark orange or something. You're like a Ubuntu user or something. Anyway, settings windows for yes text color. So they're all no's, but like no, red. So you can quickly spot what's set to yes and no. That's important rather than just white text. Differentiating, because now you can go in here and be like, oh no 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 no, bar period, no 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 no. Oh okay, all this stuff, right? Now you see all the different um, what is it calling? Section titles. What's it called? Section titles. Yeah. So anyway, evening session, yes. New bar set, like right. All this stuff you could see much faster. All right. Button foreground color. So if there's a button, like this is a button, what's the foreground color? Right? Right here. Background color, right? Slightly. So this is a button with the drop down. Okay? And we know it's a button because of that. Well, okay. Maybe that's okay, this is a button. So maybe we do want the button to have like a different background color because we know it's a button with the drop down. See that? You see how that works? Little things like this make all the difference in the world. So there's no buttons here. Ah, there's a button for the scale. Look. What? See that? So you know it's a button. So maybe that button background color is crap. Maybe we want to think. Oh yeah, my daughter crying again. Maybe buttons are ugly brown. See? Ah, no, that's too ugly. All right. Well, what color should it be to differentiate? Because highlight, you don't want it to be blue because your brain goes, oh, well, it's highlighted. It's this blue. But a button should be a different color. What color should it be? Paganzo says, Dave, do you have any video about how to read DOM? Dave, who's Dave? Is there a Dave up there? Dave, 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 Dave. He must be referring to me, I think. Um, I might have a video about how to read a DOM. I might. I don't know. Um, Specifically, like how to read a DOM. God, I've covered it in so many different videos. But not really. Uh, oh, that's okay, Bagonzo. I don't think I do. Let's see. What color can we make that? Because it's really a terrible color, isn't it? I mean, maybe it should just be this, lighter. So we know it's a button. Is that good enough? Symbol. So these are buttons. Yeah, that works. Any buttons here? No buttons here. I really would like to make it a different color. Hmm. How about going with my theme of blue and red? I make the button red. So here's my normal red color. Let's make it darker. Of that same kind of similar shade. Okay, let's try it. Is that the right? So this is a much brighter. Doesn't look right. Ah, yeah, I like it for whatever reason. My brain says yes. It's close enough to this without being so dark. What is this? 149, 29, 15. So it's like this would be too bright, I think. But it's the same color as this. Isn't that weird? At least I think it is, but it's just too bright. Anyway, 149, 29, 15. Okay. Anyway, read only setting description, right? So some of these things are read only, like, I don't know, performance. So you see this? Description foreground color. So here, well, let's see. Background. So the background is here. When it's read only, this is the text, the foreground. So it's a little grayed out. It's weird that these values don't match this. That's an inconsistency to me. It almost makes you think that they're kind of almost selectable. Yeah, because like they're matching the colors from here. These should be grayed out as well. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Inconsistencies with Sierra chart. It's okay. They'll figure it out eventually. Maybe there's a reason that they did that. Like that's the changing data, right? See how the draws per second changes. Maybe to get your eyes looking that way. But it should be grayed out, right? It's part of the read only. I mean, you're not going to ever select that. Shouldn't that be governed by this? Maybe it's more complicated. Maybe it slows down the program. They have to add more code. I don't know. All right, let's see. Chat windows. Anybody use Sierra Chart chat? Anybody? Anybody use Sierra Chart? The chat programs where you chat to other traders? I've never used it ever. I've tried to open it up, it crashes. So I'm like, no thanks. Yeah. Plus, it's probably going through their servers, and those sneaky little guys are probably reading it all, or not. Who knows? Their Twitter 2.0. No, what is it? Not Twitter. Their WhatsApp or whatever. Google Hangouts 2.0. No thanks. Um, that was a weird. That's just such a weird. To me, that's such a weird implementation in the software. To have all these like chats and stuff within the software between users. I don't know. It's just weird. Anyway, this color of blue does annoy me. highlight color. So if we go here, we go here. That's a more appropriate color, I think. Yeah, much better. Now, we come back. We highlight it. There you go. Much better. Like, you're so picky. I am picky. That's even better. Because you can still see the S. Aha! Alright. What if we go even lighter? What would happen? Let's see. No. Needs to be a little darker. Because otherwise it looks like it's trying to match the other color, but just failing, right? It's trying to match this, but just failing. So you want to be saying, no, we intend this to be a different color. A different, darker color, because it's different. Little things like that. There you go. That's the right one. We're not trying to match this. So little things like that. Anyway, going into these settings windows and changing this stuff can really improve, like, right, um, your experience, right? So now we know this red one's a button, right? Are there any buttons here? No. There's a button down here, so it's going to have a drop down, right? Chart values, right? Drop down. Trading. There's no buttons. Linking. Yeah, there are buttons here. Look. Wait. Oh, apply to link charts. It's just an apply button. It applies all this. That's interesting. Kind of like a reset. Um, I don't use a lot of that stuff anymore. I used to on the old, okay, scale button, right? Takes you in here, regions. It's good to get familiar with all this stuff. Look at all my copy chart drawings from chart numbers. Look at how many charts share drawings. I manage not to have any circular references. That's important. Dates to exclude. Aha. Performance. Let's see, chart data, view, alert. What? Oh, that's weird. Oh, I guess we could just say alerts conditions. Yeah, anyway, that's enough. Have a great weekend, Picanso. Yeah, this is the time if you guys have questions. Um, right, so symbol settings, global symbol settings. This is where you would go enter in, like, so you find your symbol, and then these pound signs basically say that this is the month and year code. So anyway, you selected the proper symbol, right? So this will get everything that starts with this symbol for CQG, which is the EP, which is the E-mini. Then you just go in here, right? And you put in your round turn commission. Round turn meaning in and out. So when you get in to your position, say it's one contract, it's going to take 3.8 divided by 2, and then once you get out of your, it's going to take out 3.8, $3.80 in my case from AMP or whatever for the round turn. So what is that, $1.90 a side or something? I don't know. I hope that's right. It may not even be right. I think it is though, because I typically run a trade log report before my monthly state or my nightly statement, and they always match, so it's probably right. Whatever. But yeah, that's where you do it, and then you get your commissions all entered in. Do that for the main symbols you trade. You're done. And then when you run your trade log, which I'm not going to do. That'll show me all my accounts stuff. But you go into trade, trade activity log. I guess you can hit Control Shift A, and then it'll bring up all your P&L, and you can run all kinds of statistics. Really, really cool. Let's see. I'm listening. Let's see to some. Hmm. Right, and then the here, let me get rid of stuff. This is the way the um, I guess we could just do that. This is the way the dark theme looks in Windows. It's not bad. So it's really not bad. Oh, looks like we have something up here. There you go. Anyway, looks good. It's a little hard to navigate sometimes. Anyway. You know what's interesting is I'm still amazed at how well the markets move according to sort of just general market profile principles. It's just I still get shocked. Like been doing this a long time and I'm still like, wow, this ish is powerful.
For those of you that are left, you guys want to see my DOMs? The way I have them set up? No.
Yeah, you guys end up not even seeing all the studies. These are windows only. You can see the mouse, but you can't see anything drug over the screen here. Yep, you guys can't see anything in this. This sucks.
Too small. What? What do you mean too small?
Oh, yeah, well, whatever. Let's see. We're gonna go. And we'll do
There we go. Booyah. Something like that. Oh, maybe. You can make it a little bigger. There we go. And why it's so much easier to use Windows than Linux. There. That's about it. All right. So, in terms of entering orders, I don't need to click my mouse, right? I mean, just go here, right? And that's it. So, yeah, you want to move stuff down, right? You want to move targets. Cancel all. Markets closed. Right. But same idea. Right. You want to move orders, or you want to go to the DOM and then just like move your stops, like here. See that? But can you guys see the? Oh, the mouse is hard to see. I think on your guys' screen. On mine, it's really easy. It's all white, but it's one of those crosshairs that shows up white because of the edge of it, and then there's like black on part of it, so then that black part shows up on a white background. So anyway, just and then like the targets won't move until these are filled. So I don't know, let's just say we move the parents up and get long here. All right, now these targets will move around. See that? As I move my mouse up. See? That's me just pressing the button. Anyway, it's a little flat button. Hey, instantly down, what, 6.5 points on our monster sim account. What's the sim account? $1 million in Sierra? I don't know. But there you go. Pooling stacking on the right side. Recent ask volume here on this side. Recent bid volume on this side. The buy and sell here. Right? Highlights like that. This is the sell side. Nice and highlighted. This is a delta only at tick, which is why I was telling you guys there was buyers at it all changed around the close obviously, but during the day there was buyers at 95, right? Big delta. At 90, big delta. And at 85, big delta. And it even looked like there was a buyer at 80, but the delta imbalance wasn't. It's just there was pretty short term when this happened, there was a pretty big imbalance there that occurred. And then at 75, again, a noted buyer, big delta. See that? Negative 1836. This is session delta. Session delta. So every 5 points, session delta. Oh, zeros, big session delta. Oh, 05, big session delta, positive delta, 05s. Tens, Big session delta. See this? Every 5 points. 15, huge session delta. You're like, are you kidding me? No, I'm not kidding you. 20 doesn't have it. So 20 does not have it. So all the way up to 15. Every 5 points. Do you guys remember when we saw the every 5 points buyer? Do you guys remember that? People get the good stuff at the end. All right. Anyway, enough of the DOM. So you can see my, well, maybe not enough of the DOMs. You can see on the NASDAQ side here, it's every 1 point. See that? Every 1 point. So I use a control bar just for my quantities because it saves, and all my order types up here, right? So, you want to do this with just trails. You want to change quantity, it's all up here, right? Do that. You can just do that too. Let's see, break even button, market buy, market sell, flatten button. It flattens and cancels all orders. I've gotten into trouble when I did flatten and not cancel open orders. Then you got to go boom, boom if you want to do both. Does Chino have my DOM? No, he does not have my DOM. But honestly, Ticino has excellent DOMs. The difference is that I have a control bar up here that's doing a lot of what most DOMs do, and it saves room, right? So essentially, I don't really want to have this button here, up here. See that? Or that trade window. I don't want that. I think that's a waste of space. So I'm essentially doing all of that, but with more up here as buttons. So like instead of these drop down configurations, I've got the ones for ES right here. So these are specific to ES. So again, I've configured a different control bar. So this is control bar 6. This is control bar 5, right? So this control bar includes these trade window configuration buttons, essentially. Right? So like the NASDAQ, I've got a 16-point take profit, 8-point stop loss, and it's a bracket. All right, so let's cancel all these. All right, so look, see how that looks? So 16-point take profit, which is 16 single ticks. Well, because I aggregated as 4 ticks equal a point, this order type, when I do, it's 16-point take profit, 8-point stop. It's really 16 ticks, but because I know I'm using it on my NASDAQ DOM, I know it's 16 points. That's why it's important to have your own control bar for each trade window, right? Because then you can do stuff like that, right? Or like this, 24-point take profit, 12-point stop. Or like this, 12 and 18-point take profit with the 10-point stop. So this will look like this. Right? Or maybe we'll just do this, right? Quantity 2, and then you scale, right? So the stop is 10 points, the take profit's 12 and 18, right? So this gives you around 1.5 Rs, a little better. Does that make sense? Yeah, it should. Right? Because your stop is 10 points. So same thing, like, all right, let's cancel all. You can change this to 18, 24 point, right? Like we can get in here, right? Boom. And then I do things like coloring. So you see how the parent orders are a different color? So I always know my stops are a little darker, my take profits, which are buys, they're a little bit lighter, but my parent has to be a totally different color. Like look at, let's cancel them all, then do the buys. See this? A different color. Now if I get into position, um, if I get into position here, the position will be even different color. You see that? Slightly lighter. So I can always differentiate between what each of these does. So now I know these are active cells because they're lighter. Right? So this kind of stuff can really help you, right? See, so here I'll sell into. See that? My position's always lighter, and it's always shaded the direction of whatever. If I'm short, it's a really light shading, right? So flatten, long, light shading blue, but the parent order is even lighter than everything else, right? And this would be parent order. See that? Gets confusing fast, but whatever. So stuff like that really helps. And then like, so this is the trade window. It's like if you want to attach your trade window and you want to quickly find, do some sort of order type that's, I don't know, something like exotic, I guess we'll call it. I like having that button here, right? We can detach it. So there's that. If I want to lock my trading, it's now locked because that lock button, right? If I want to switch over to sim, which is where I'm at now, boom, hit that button. That's where you get to see all the good, all the trades, right? If I stupid and undid that. This is reset scale for all charts. So like, let's say prices move down like this, right? Or and price is way down here. If I click on this button, it'll center everything according to this recenter bar. But these don't. The only thing that moves is just price here, right? So and then this is like a replay button here. See that? So I don't know. Let's say we want to replay the close, which is what 7-8 at 1250. Dom 2. Is that 1? That actually might be 1, huh? Is this 2? Oh, it is, huh? Son of a gun. Whatever, doesn't matter. Single chart, standard replay. Well, we don't have to clear it. Who cares? So there you go. All right, so this is the way it's looking in real time. So if you're like, hey, my DOM doesn't look so smooth. Does it? Does it look like this? Really smooth in real time? That's what it looks like. It it bobbles and all these prices move like this in real time for me. So I don't do pooling stacking on the NASDAQ, and I don't do recent bid ask volume. Why? Because I'm aggregating a point, so that doesn't work. So anyway, right? You want to get in? Can we even get in here? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, there we go. Now we're in. So you get the P&L here. See that? Click on it for dollar amounts versus points. Anyway, just usually keep it about like that. So now if we want to move this up quickly, right, just move our stop up like that, right? We want to, boop, we're out with the stop, right? Just with a single little click of the Elgato Stream Deck here. Anyway, we'll stop this one. And we'll switch it over to the ES, which is more interesting, I think. Do not clear, okay. There you go. Now you can see here the way it looks. This is a 1250, right? You see the pooling and stacking going on. You can always just clear that. Okay. So you can really look at the recent bid volume and ask volume fill in. Again, that's got a 30-second reset. So it shows you a lot of what just happened in the last 30 seconds. This is not clearing on every single change. You see that? It's going to clear after 30 seconds. Look, see? Someone buying on the bid. Pretty good right there, right? Refill. Buying here, big time. Iceberg. Short-term ice. Short-term ice there too at 251. See that? So if you can see that in real time, well then you just you just get in real quick. All right. So get long. You're like, what? What is this craziness? Anyway, it's kind of cool to see this all in real time. Oh, and then we say, oh, we'll move our stops right here. Okay, done. Anyway, you notice there's no take profit orders? That's because this order type gets out only with the trail stop. So in other words, you get into this position, right? When this thing gets active, back up, these all move up and then they trail at different distances and you're never providing liquidity on the ask side. Like only a stop loss in place. So if this market were to go whoosh way up, they'd all get active and then the stops would come into the market behind and trail out. It's one way if you really suck at oh, I don't know, moving your profit takers down, just letting everything play out once they go into profit by a certain amount. So in this case, it's a 5-point stop. These all trigger in at 8, so they're not going to trigger in at the right time. But you know, we could move them all up here, whatever, trail them out like that. Right. That position's out. Let's see, we can switch it to a different order type up here. So this is, we'll just do that. Oh, zeros. Oh, I guess that would be. I'm just trying to think about where did the market go? Let's see. Oh, nines. Are these ever going to trigger in? I don't think so. All right, so all right, all right. So anyway, what I was pointing out, Pierrick, is that up here, this is all control bar stuff. So you would need to get, look at that. You would need to get the, what is it? The config4 file, and then that would have control bar 2. So hence why it's not just a chart book, right? This is governed by the control, and then it governs all of the other settings for the control bar. And then it won't look like this because you have to have the graphics that the control bar refers to. So like this here is a graphic special. This is a special graphic, special graphic, special, 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 lots of special. These aren't. These are all standard, not standard, but just text. Those would show up right for people, but this, and then all the other references wouldn't show up right. And then these here, let's see, would they show up correctly if you just had that config file? Ooh, I don't know where they're saved. I'm not sure. I think they might show up correctly because they're trade window configurations. Nope, you would need the trade window configurations. So you would need all the specific data files that go with these configurations because these are trade window configs or TW configs. So you would need all the specific files to make this work. So you would get, even if you got the config file, if you didn't have the graphics, it'd just be all blank. It wouldn't show up right. If you didn't have the trade window configs, which are essentially, let's see, essentially all these configs, none of this would show up right. So yeah, it's just the whole thing. And then like these individual charts are using their own graphic settings. That's why it's a different color, right? E-mini has got its own colors. So you would get some of this looking right, but then there's chart setting windows that allow for some things to look the way that they do, right? So anyway, now this position's filled. Let's see if we can get these guys moving into profit, right? So let's take this trade window off. Oh, sorry, wrong button. There you go. You see how so these filled up in here, so they're active. So now they're going to trail this market by 3. Now, if I move some down, they'll trail each one independently. So I could choose to scale some of them closer and stop out as the market goes down. So if I see big momentum in the market, huge momentum, I might want some of these things to really trail tighter, right? So then in which case you just go like this. Like, hey, I want these all out. Right? Which is why when you look at a market, you see this? How sometimes, oh, this is close to the close. Ooh, ice right here. Anyway. This is why you get market sweeps, because some of us do it like this. Some of us pro people who maybe trade in a different way than some of you guys do. We're thinking about liquidity in a different way. Look at that ice. Look at them load the ice up right here. Right? So would I want to do this? Yeah, absolutely. Look at they loaded ice up into the close at 99.50. This is not This is 1x speed here. Anyway, the trail stops are engaged now. See? So now we've told this trail stop to go 2 ticks behind the market because it's engaged. I don't remember what happened. Maybe it went down. Did it go down then up? I don't know. Something like that. There you go. Right. So now we have a DOMS screen. I know, Pierrick. Thank you, man. I'm just having a good old time, enjoying myself here. Really, really interesting here. Right? We had this balance breakdown, and we came back up right in here, basically. And that's that 3 days ago price action, right? Everybody was like, "Oh, rejection." I said it's not surprising, right? That we came up. So this 628 balance breakout singles. So there's singles higher, right? So this is a nuance that a lot of people don't really. I don't hear people talk about this stuff very often in terms of getting the nuance right. They essentially look at this upper singles and they go, "That's my target if I'm long." But the nuance is you got 628 on 628. You had a balance breakout from here, and those are the singles, and then we extend down. So if you're long, you're looking for a target, you're looking at places because of trap traders from balance. You're looking for places to get out where they bought and still lost. So essentially, look, you see that? They bought here on this day and still lost, and we closed down here. So if the market comes all the way back up, do you think there's trap traders here? Yes or no? Of course there is. So this pullback area from here, it's not surprising that we pull back on 7-6 and everyone said rejection. No, 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 no. That's rotation of traders who are still trapped. That's why I told my buddy, look, on the E-mini, same kind of structure. If we pull back and we just hold this area, we're fine. We're good. You're still on target because he was long. You're still on target for all that, but hard to hold overnight and all that. I get it. It's tough. So, but a nuance, right? So you look at your volume profile, which tells you about actual transactions, and you forget about singles being an exact target. You look at where traders transacted. This is not a surprising area. It's just not. It's kind of cool. Kind of cool to really dig in and analyze this stuff a little bit more than the average Joe does. Because you end up getting all kinds of little areas to play against. So where other traders are, I don't know, trading against really big levels, or like very like oh they're looking at singles specifically. You get to say, well, okay, if I'm long, because above this area, this is green, so breakout zone. So if you hold this and break back through, you want to get long. Targeting what? Well, you'd like to target this, but you got to look left here. And me, I like to try and get out into the strength or into where trap traders might be and try to get out before. So I'd probably be long here and then get out here. I did not play NASDAQ here on this long. I just didn't. I was playing E-mini, so a little more focused. It's also a much more difficult week for me to trade because of family circumstances. And now we have this gap that's repelling that I talked about early in the stream, leaving a poor high again on the Nasdaq up here. Man, really interesting. Anyway, you can see same exact zone here on the E-mini. Let's see. This is showing ETH session, so we got to change that. Hey, Oliver. Yeah, and I streamed a bunch today. This is a long stream. I am doing well. Um, yeah, Pierre, I use both, but in my larger weekly analysis, unless I remember something from overnight, and I typically do, like we did a bunch of volume overnight, like a bunch, right? And I was like, oh, this is higher than average overnight. And then we had some consolidated volume with high volume. I won't use it for this type of analysis. Anyway, so let's go. We'll just reset this. Right, so same idea here. A little bit different structure, slightly different. But rejecting up in here on singles, pullback. If it had gone up to this 95 zone in this session, depending on when it got there, if it got there with 10 minutes into the close and they absorbed on heavy volume and started to sell it down, I would have wanted to take a short into 93, 94, 95 into the close for like a 15, 20 point move. But didn't quite happen that way. So this is a tough one. Hit the first, well, second set of singles. There's 4 sets. Hit the second set of singles and foomp, rejected down. And you can see just this volume here, right here, was enough. That. Last little tiny volume node here before the last, I guess, set of singles up here. Nope, too much. Couldn't get there. Nasty pullback. But you can see this level, why it's there. It's based on a weekly chart, but it's more clear on the weekly. You could still see the same structure on the daily. Essentially holding this level, and what do we do? Right? That's here. So now you start to see the confluences, right? On this. You see how this pullback on the same day, 7-6, right? 7-6. The overnight, it landed on T2. Springboard, baby. Really beautiful structure here. Then it pushed up, held T1, sideways, probed it, didn't even get there. And then monster. Monster trend day. Monster. This kind of price action is excellent if you're on the long side short term. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. Great, man. Glad to hear you're on a little vacation. So necessary. So necessary. I, my wife, well, we've had a baby 5 months ago. My wife went back to work. Finally, she's working, gonna work part time, and but the first week was rough because she's like doing orientations and different things, and so I had some kids for a little bit. I had to watch kids, and just the schedules kind of changed, and but I took more time. I still find time for the markets, but I took more time away from the markets. It was refreshing, really refreshing. So that means when I am in the markets, I'm really not focused on YouTube or anything like that. Just making the most of every moment that I'm in. So today, this was a shortened week. I figure there's no reason for me to go trade micros. Uh, just stick with the E-minis and trade my plan, trade my setups. Anyway, what time is it? 2:42. Okay, getting closer to Costco time. Not there yet. Not there yet. And then I'm gonna play my kid a game of chess once I get out of the office. Let's take a look here. Excuse me. I may have doxed myself on this video too. Pierrick, I used to play on chess.com because they have algorithms that catch cheaters, basically. If you're playing above, um, if you're playing above your chess rating, then the algorithm will typically say, cheater. So if you all of a sudden you start cheating, because people do it, it gets really irritating. I used to do different chess apps, and people would come in and just be talking smack, and they're using whatever. They're using some chess program. Oh, but yeah, I'll just be playing my kid with an actual tournament chess set, right? The weighted, the weighted black and tan with a leather. Well, mine's not leather. It's kind of like a rubber. But I like the leather ones. But it's a rubber unrollable, like dark green and tan. Official tournament chess style setup, right? The unrolled ones that my wife bought it for my birthday probably 16 years ago. It's got the whole holder or the bag and everything. It's a nice chess set. Nothing's broken on it yet. As I let Ben, my little one, play with it more, I expect that to change. But for now, it's good. He has jacked himself up on the queen a few times. It's got really sharp edges on the top. Really sharp edges. Anyway, yeah. Game not. Oh, okay. Cool. Have a great weekend, Oliver. I can't keep up clicking from chart to chart. I'm looking at all these different charts, and you guys don't see because there's only a few people on, but I'm just looking at things, absorbing it all. This is why I never remember how to set everything, is because when I've done it, I don't sit here and do it every single time. I find one that I know where I've already set it. I set that as the default, and then I go add it to another chart. So whatever. That is why it only takes me a second to do this stuff. It's because I just use what I've already got, like this, and then I just modify it by one setting, and then I'm done. Build smarter, not harder. All right, now we see the deltas here. I'm just kind of I'm not interested in keeping the deltas up on this chart, to be honest. But why? So here's the 75 we talked about. And it was evident on the prior day as well. Look at that, 75. What was the 75 today? The 75 today was big negative delta. So yesterday, the 75 was big positive delta. Today, the 75 was big negative delta. Is it not showing up well? Why is it not showing up well? Let's see. Why is it not showing up that well? That's not right. Something's off. Nope. Visible delta VBP. It's not visible. It's session. $85. That's why. Martin Friends? No. I'd well, yes. For Adam Grimes, well, it's all good. It's all gravy, but he has a little part in there where he focuses on Monte Carlo and risk and all of that. I'd really go over that. Because I think it's really important. Risk management. It might be the most boring part of the book, but I think it's the most important. What the heck is going on here? $6.30 to $13.59. That's the difference. That's the difference, maybe. It's like, what? Different session time. So that's not being included. Okay. Sure. We have. Yeah, I'm a dum dum. Sometimes I'm a dum dum. The tick increment. I'm like, why is this all jacked up? Dumb, dumb. There you go. Weird. Oh, no problem, Art. Hey, Rainer. Nice to see you. Anchor VWAP? Did I write the Anchor VWAP? What? Anchor VWAP. Not sure. One of these charts has used to have Anchor VWAP on it. I don't use it very often. Mm, which one is it? It might be the 30-minute chart. Let's see. Nope. I don't know that I even have it on anything. Maybe on the daily. Let's go look. Studies. No, I don't. But I have it as a save study configuration. That I do know. Oh, let's see. Nope. Studies. Looking at other studies now. Nope. Anyway, it is interesting to me that yesterday, huge positive delta on the 75s and then defended with big negative delta today. Or so I think. Let's see. Chart studies. Now I'm digging into this a little bit. Delta profile, session start times, session start time to end time. Okay.
I don't think it's going to allow me to change. Let's see. Yeah, it just should be based on TPO. That's yeah, it should always be that. And it'll default to that. Okay, so anyway, down the rabbit trail for a little bit there. Ooh, sounds really great, Rainer. Is it an electric motor, Rainer, or is it gas? You make a noise out there. I hope it's electric. It may change my visual a little bit if you say it's a gas-powered motor. Hey, all right. Sounds wonderful. So here's a nuance that's interesting. Um, so we have this 628 singles and breakdown node heavy resistance, right? We don't often put something like heavy resistance on the chart, or I don't. Um, I'll put resistance, but heavy, no. Right now we're looking at RTH, so it looks like almost nothing. Okay, well, watch this. If we turn on 3 p.m. my time. Get close to Costco time. Close. Um, and my baby girl should be up from her nap soon. I loaded a lot of data into this chart. By the way, we should just go save all this. Oops. This is what happens when you get too many study collections right here. Watch. There you go. I think that's it. Yeah, it is. All right. Done. All right. So let's RTH, ETH. A 13-point pullback from the zone. I know it's a single line, but it's a single breakdown. So this market really digested. So kind of a really interesting, oops, right, trend for this day. Digestion. Overnight digestion. It tells you about the strength of buyers, though, because I do maintain that this should be heavy, heavy resistance, but it tells you about the strength of buyers if this market just keeps digesting them and the buyers come back in, right? You see that? Just stair stepping. So it tells you something about the commitments of buyers. Most definitely. Yeah, digestion. Big time digestion here. You're like, you mean you can't just tell me right away if this market is bullish or bearish? You're going to have to think about it and really look at it. Think about the story. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. So I'm going to do a lot of thinking about this market structure and look at little nuances like this. Opening, drives, defended, settlements defended, opens defended, prior days opens.
I'll look at settlement volumes, right? T plus 1, T plus 2 in the HUD, right? We got to see these settle volumes, right? We know it relatively not high, so liquidation breaks are not going to be as violent below, or shouldn't be, unless they all start to stack up at single levels, right? There, whoosh. But now it's rotating up, so we'll see. Right here, multiple settlements, stacking, stacking, violent liquidation break. High volume in this area, by the way. Like, how do you know that? Well, I remember doing the Bart Simpson. Bup, 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 psh. Boom. Let's see. Do a tabletop again. Bup, 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 bup. Oh, you guys don't see this. Darn it. Yeah, this screen here, you only see my mouse, but you don't even see it now because I am in Epic Pen mode. Ah! Now you should see my mouse. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Well, we will show it the mouse. Bart Simpson top. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Right. So high settlement values here. Break down. Test. Back down. I told you it's an accumulation distribution pattern. It's real interesting. Up, 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 up. Break this. Up, 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 up. Down. I think that's what's going to happen. Be the normal. That'd be the normal thing, but we'll see. It's real interesting. Short-term buyers are committed to getting it higher. We're now right underneath this high volume area. It's going to be interesting. This is very high volume, right? They may have to gap it up overnight to distribute above this. The wheels of the mind turn more. I'm just Oh, I'm not even looking at you guys. I'm just over here looking at all these charts here.
Isn't it amazing how these weekly profiles, which is what we're looking at here on the NASDAQ, how they look like little footprint charts or footprint candles, I should say. Accumulate, accumulate, distribute. Oh, thanks, Rainer. I'm back on Windows again, just because. Well, I had to get my Windows machine. You know, my Linux machine was my Zero chart was so different than my Windows that I had to get them in sync. And on Windows, I could do more with essentially not just pointing and clicking on a DOM. I can really scalp a lot better. So this is Windows dark theme using high contrast themes and then modifying those. So hmm, for him, I don't think so. I mean, I've had these for. Oh, I mean, I'm almost positive. Oh yeah, I mean, it had to have been way before that. Oh, cool. All right, thanks. Hey, Sophia, come give me a kiss. Mm. Oh, goodness. How you doing?
Hey, so hey,
Oh,
Ben.
she's so sweet. Hey, Benjamin. Oh, my buddy. You guys going somewhere? Oh, okay. Cool. We're gonna go to Costco pretty soon, buddy. We're gonna get fruit and meat.
You wanna try mangoes?
Nah. I like them too much, man.
You might wanna buy a man.
Banana? Oh yeah, for sure.
You might wanna make banana pancakes someday.
For Mama and you? Yeah, maybe we'll have that for dessert tonight. Because Mama missed out. Okay. Uh, I know these weekly profiles are amazing, aren't they? Anyway, yeah, back here on this ill-performing Windows, terribly performing Windows operating system. It's okay. It's fine. My DOMs are good. That's what matters is my execution. I can keep up and all this other higher time frame stuff. Whatever. Let's see. Essentially, I'm able to use my Stream Deck for scalping, which is stinking fun, and it's worth it. Let's see. Here, where is it? Here. Wait, nope, you can't see it. Okay. Guess we'll have to go back up here. Top left. Yeah, top right. Okay. It's all this stuff. So this is a lot of fun. Um, let's see.
about there. That's about what we need. Yeah. See the vacuum? You see the vacuum? Right there. Wait, was that blue? Why the heck is this blue? Where did the blue come from? Okay, there's the green. There's the red. Oh, it must have defaulted to the old TC4. That is... Oh, you guys don't see it. Alright, TC4 is blue. Ah, it's interesting. I didn't know it even existed. Guess once you save it, it's there. Huh. Son of a gun. Right here. That's the vacuum. But you know what was here before, though? Alright, so... Yeah, this is irritating in that you guys can't really see here. Something like this. Right? You see how this is a... This is not quite right. Should be a little higher. Let me see about this. Hold on. Yeah, let's see. Nope, it is right. Okay. Huh. Alright, never mind. This area in here, after we rallied here, was bought super, super heavy by retail. By the way, super heavy. All here. So it is a vacuum, but this is going to have nice two-way trading. Mark my words. If we get there. Still need to break higher here. 3940s and above. This here shorts will get absolutely demolished into 3970 if we go there. But on the other side, you have all this retail money that bought, and they are the type you get back to break even, they're going to start selling. You're like, but retail doesn't. Retail can move markets if they bought somewhere en masse. And they did there. You're like, how do you know? Oh, that's a long explanation. I'm not walking anymore, so I'm getting relaxed on my chair, leaning forward, just chilling here, looking at this market. I don't think you guys can hear that, can you?
Probably not.
Actually, the delay is so fast. Let's see. It's like 4 or 5 seconds. No, it's outputting wrong. Advanced audio properties. Let's see. Desktop audio. Mute output. Monitor and output. Let's see. There we go. Monitor and output. Let's see. There we go. Oh, that's interesting, Rainer. Um, I can kind of understand why you would focus on that. Interesting, Rainer. Um, I can kind of understand why you would focus on it. Now you guys can hear the music. Now you guys can hear the music. All right. That's okay. We'll keep it off. Chirp. Tone. All right. Oh. Oh, I'm chilling like a villain, man. I'm doing really good. How are you doing? Travel the world. Everybody's looking for something. It's really hard not to sing when you're listening to music, but I manage to most of the time because I keep it going a lot of times. But I've just got it turned up now a little bit in my headphones here. I wonder if you guys can hear it through feedback. No, I don't think so. Excellent. I have the Tigers playing now. Oh boy. Ah, this is so irritating. You guys can't see anything I'm doing here. Okay, that's fine. Anyway, I was drawing stuff in, looking at past price action. Essentially, some sort of big move like this down and then up, but balanced potentials, right? Different. Turn this feedback. Oh, Rainer, did you get that study working from the support board for COT into Sierra chart? I'm assuming you did. Oh, very good.
Oh, because there can't be gaps, even though there really is a gap. That's what messed it all up. Ridiculous. Yeah, Rainer, I'm reading your comments here. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I I don't know enough about it, but I do know another um, grain trader, and he seems to echo your sentiment a bit. And he's done it professionally, so all right. I think we're good on that. Ah, oh, cool. Rainer, I'd subscribe and promote your channel. you should do it, man. It's doing YouTube, um, like either streaming or like just exposing yourself to sharing your analysis in real time. It's kind of next level. I mean, it matures you as a trader, so why not? You kind of evolve to sort of another level of sharing your knowledge, your ideas, and it definitely forces you to analyze in a different way. Oh, Rainer, I mean, 100%. Um, yeah. I mean, if I wanted to have a popping channel, I'd just do a crypto thing. It's not about that. Oh, no food today. Feels so good to not have eaten. What's the problem, Rainer? I mean, at the end of the day, it'll probably be exciting for you the first few times you do it, and then the excitement wanes, right? It's like me with streaming. Um, it's exciting at first, and then and I get all pumped up to talk to people about things that me I feel like. Well, hello, Sophia. Oh my gosh, her little smiles are just the best. Ugh. Babe, I'm so curious what she's gonna turn out like as she gets to be two, three, four. I mean, she just has a different look about her face. She's not like either one of us exactly. Hi, Sophie. You want to hear me talk? Getting all pumped up. Yes. Hello. Oh, cutie. Did she eat any food today? A little apple? Hey, buddy.
Choose her apple.
Oh, you chose an apple for her? Oh, that's good. Yeah. Anyway, I was saying, Rainer. Yeah. Yeah, it's not going to appeal to very many people. Even a lot of what I do, it's some people just start their eyes glaze over. It's like um it's like I look at options on SPX during the day and I never talk about it. Why? Because the vast majority of people haven't even done the basic homework to read up on it. And you really don't it's not that interesting. You won't get much feedback, but you can at least give it a shot and see how it turns out. Yes, Rainer, most traders want extraordinarily simple solutions.
Here's what's interesting, even about the Discord, Rainer. We had people that were in there who had been trading for many decades, and they totally understand that trading is hard and difficult, and yet they'd always want me to boil down my analysis to very simple uh, conclusions. And I was like, well, it's just I kept having to go back to the same thing and reiterating. It's like, no, it's not just. So anyway, my point is that even people with a lot of experience in the market, they prefer to have something really really simple. And look, there are really really simple setups, but without processing more data, just like in the real world, less data typically means less results, right? It's just how it is. The more data you can process and the more you can get context. And it's like everything in life, right? I mean, I don't know. You try to forecast the weather, right? And then you say, I don't know, we have a certain cloud type. And we look at the clouds and we go, oh, well, these kind of clouds typically precede low pressure systems, right? And then we say, well, that's a simple solution to a complex problem, which is forecasting the weather. And if you do that, you're going to be right sometimes. So if every single time a certain type of cloud precedes a certain, I don't know, low pressure system, which results in inclement or bad weather, well, half the time you're going to prepare for bad weather and it's not going to occur. So it's going to be a waste of your time. But the times that bad weather actually occurs after that certain type of cloud, it's going to save your life. But so at the end of the day, I guess I'm just trying to say that it's a lot like forecasting weather. The more you can look at various variables, the more you can get a higher degree of accuracy. But most people aren't willing to do that because, hey, it does. It hurts your brain. I get it. M. Hermits says must know dark mode. I'll do a video on it. Yeah, Rainer. It's just what it is. It's like that. So, um, you know, I went to school and went into like a lot of the tough medical classes that were very competitive. So, physiology, various biologies, microbiology, chemistry, and took all that college coursework, prerequisite coursework. And let me tell you, you have to, at least where I'm at, you got to get straight A's typically to make it into any program, right? And so when I went back to school for all of that, I was older amongst my peers. And what I noticed is that most people, most kids, are exactly what you're describing. They don't really want to put the work in. They want the A, they want the result, but they have no idea about what it takes to get an A, right? And a lot of these courses were structured so that every dingbat, every idiot could get a 70% because they wanted people to pass the courses. But what they did is they made the last 30% of the course very difficult so that not very many people could get A's. And so a lot of people could pass the course because they designed it that way. But you couldn't excel in the course unless you did a lot more. So, yeah, this is dark mode in Windows, by the way. Windows 11. M Hermits. Dark mode in Windows 11 without any crazy downloads or theme downloads. You're like, what? Yeah, this runs. I could do. Let's see. Hold on. It's gonna be dark for a sec. All right. I can run Windows Task Manager, and it's dark too. What? What? So you see that? It's all dark. Is it perfect? No. It's good though. So I don't get any issues with Windows um, like this. Here, I'll show you. Like, let's just go say we go up to chart settings here, show title bar. Ha! They're all dark. What? I am a dark person. You know, I'm not a dark person actually. I'm pasty white. Pasty white. I wish I had more melanin. I really do. If I go in the sun too much, I freckle a little bit. Light skin. So is my wife. She's very. My wife looks more fair than me on all accounts. um, but she tans better than I do. Fortunately for her. Gonzo, mint is better by far. So yeah, mint is much better. But I'm doing the whole separate instances in Sierra Chart. So my Sierra Chart DOM here in Windows, because it's its own little instance, is still lightning. It's lightning fast. But all the other charts up here that you guys are seeing, these, let's see, my footprint charts, right? These are showing the dark uh, chart titles too, right? You guys know that like chart titles uses a part of Windows that is always like default blue in Windows. You can't really get rid of that until now. See, it's that show title bar or whatever. You're like, how did you do it? And I even have a font that looks like, uh, what is it? Ubuntu Mono, which I love. You guys notice the font almost looks like Ubuntu Mono? Mono? Anyway, whatever. I'll do a video on it. But the performance is like, eh. I think I was running at one point, as far as CPU, I was running 15% today at some point. Usually it's around like 11%. So, not so great. But I have so I have one main instance that I'll execute on, and then the sub instances, or there's one other sub instance. So the sub instance has all my charts, all my shared drawings, etc. Um, so yeah, but I can use I don't know, like OBS is way better in Windows than it is for Linux. Like I can use Epic Pen, I can use my Stream Deck. Um, Thinkorswim has all the updates. Um, Trader Workstation is more up to date. There's another software program that I've been testing that works better in Windows. So, it's kind of have to make Windows work almost. It's unfortunate, but I have to. So yeah, is what it is. And little things like my CPU, my tower, which has got all kind of fancy pants LEDs. It's got all the coloration going, which I don't honestly I don't really care, but it's just nice to have everything seamlessly work with Windows. And of course, if I were to have problems in Linux with Sierra Chart and I wanted to get help from Sierra Chart, which come on, most of us don't really want to deal with Sierra Chart engineering anyway, even if you had Windows. So maybe it's a moot point. But they're going to say, what? You're in Linux? Sorry, we can't help you. So, I mean, Sierra Chart's designed to run. But yeah, it does. It works way better in Wine on Linux. It just works a lot better. It's not even close. Um, Huge difference in the charts. And I like the Linux operating system better as well. It's faster, more responsive, um, just not as laggy or yeah. I mean, Windows. You know how Windows is. Windows is just it's a crap operating system. But whatever. Yeah, that's right, Gonzo. Oh man, yeah. Windows is just privacy. Yeah, it's garbage. Yeah, Mint is so much better. But like, yeah, yeah, there's just so many things. Yeah, there's like little navigational things too within Sierra chart that'll kind of mess up in Mint because you're on Wine. So, mm, for example, saving colors. Okay, not a big deal if you don't change it very often. But then like if you want to expand your chart window in Linux Mint. So for example, like you're in Sierra chart and you're like, I want to take this footprint, expand it to the whole um, workspace, right? In Sierra chart, make it the whole freaking size of this window. So if you don't have your chart title on in Linux and you click expand on this whole thing will pop out somewhere where you can't see it. So it's just like it's just an oddity. So you have to like remember, okay, go turn your chart title on, right? Then you can expand it properly. So it's almost like I don't know, Wine just doesn't know where to put it or something, or it puts it expands it somewhere off the screen. I don't know. Maybe Wine uses that chart title to sort of locate it or something. So little things like that, and there's a bunch of them. I mean, you end up learning what they are, and I don't know, even like when you're searching in Wine in so like, say you go into your studies here and you start typing. Let's just say you start typing trading. All right, so trading levels. I was able to type that trading all in. In Linux, if as soon as you hit the R, it's filtering for the R. So little things like that that'll really prevent you from finding studies as fast. You'll have to hit T and then just use your mouse to scroll up and down to find what you want. You know who Rainer, you know who used Bookmap for a long time on the chat is a Dirk. Um, his chat name's Dirk Hep. I think it's Dirk H or something. Anyway, Dirk. He has the mind the mental game of trading icon as his under next to his username. So anyway, Dirk he used Bookmap for a long, long, long time. I think. So I have this weird thing going on in here, I'll show you guys. Look on my DOM. You see this big negative delta down here at 3875? You see that? Big negative delta, 3875. All right. So it's right here. Now let's go up here to this TPO chart for the RTH. And then we zoom in a little bit. Where's that big negative delta? At 3875, right? There's some negative delta here, but it's not a lot. Look. See that? Yeah, well, I didn't want to say his full name, Rainer. Because I couldn't remember if his full name, last name was as part of his YouTube chat name or whatever. That's why I said Jerk Gage. But I'm assuming you've talked to him then. That's good. Anyway, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Anyway, so there's that with the delta. And so this will show, let's see, 70. This will show delta for anything visible, right? Okay, so let's see. There's the 85. Oops. There's the 75. Low 7. So that 75 came in here before the market opened. Well, that's let's see. Trade and sale. I like it. I love it. Let's see. Nope. I'm gonna try something here. Nope. 15. You know what? I wonder if what's happening here. Studies. Uh, that is so weird. It's like my DOM picks up this here. Let's see. Ah, come on. All right. Man, where does my DOM get that? Where does my DOM get the delta from? Golly, it's so annoying when you sometimes slow down. And you look at this stuff. It's like, did I get this when I migrated over to Windows? So this big. Oh, here, wrong screen. So here's what I'm looking at. Right, my DOM shows me negative 1836 here at 75. And yet, and yet, I'm enjoying the chat. Up here, we're looking at negative 16 for the overnight. So it's definitely taking the overnight on the DOM. Man, okay. What am I missing? There is something I'm missing here. I mean, I'm absolutely missing something. All right, here's the DOM. I go into chart setting. Let's see. It depends, Rainer. If you're using a satellite and you want to be a scalper, good luck on that. The market's already gone. You're trading FOMC. Whoosh. Session times 6:30, 13:59. Use evening session. I wonder. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm being facetious. I'm being I'm just being disagreeable. You're generally right. You are generally right, my friend. I would even argue that the more relaxed your environment, without being full of distractions, probably the better you trade. Um, so the use evening session. Think about this. Think about this. Use evening session. So that's overnight. So then RTH is on for the volume by prices. Uh, I'm stupid. Okay, so let's say we go into studies. Yeah, use separate profile for evening session. Yes. So if that's part of the evening profile, it should be a separate profile for this delta. So from session start time to end, it just keeps, it's a DOM, so it's going to keep switching it. Oh, come on. So if you're putting a volume by price steady on your DOM, how do I have to set this? How do I have to set this to show this being RTH only? You would think, because I'm saying use here, where is it? Use separate profile for evening session, that it would be set correctly. But it's not. It's just session. It just goes session start time to end. And when you use evening session in the chart session times, it this makes no difference. It just uses the whole thing. So if use evening session is on, then the volume profile in for the chart settings, not the study settings, accumulates everything. Well, that sucks. That's a limitation. even if you say use different start time, right? Yes, 6:30 to here. It's still using overnight. What am I missing? What am I missing? See, so look. This volume profile includes the overnight. I've not been using this. Oh, jeez. But if I go, let's see. It is. It's a complete labyrinth of. So if you go chart settings and you don't use the evening session, so what you would expect, right, in this chart settings is for the volume profile. Let's see. So for example, you're using evening sessions, right? So you would have expect 2 sessions in the day session and then the evening session in here. But and there's something in the documentation. So what you would expect is for the study, for the volume profile, at least for what I would expect, is if you're saying use separate profile for evening sessions set to yes, you would expect there to be a different profile. All right, let's set it to no. Does it change? No, nothing ever changes. See? Right? Even set this to yes. Exclude evening session profiles. Right? Nothing even changes. Look, the delta stays the same. Nothing changes. All right, let's go into chart. What is it? Reload and recalculate. Nope. So there it goes. There it is. So the only way to actually, oops, CQG routing is disconnecting. Whatever. Um, so use evening session on this chart. You have to set it to no. Now you have only the RTH session. It's the only way. Wow. Well, that's garbage. Hmm. Let me try something real quick. Da, 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 da. Look at that. Oh, apply intraday session times to intraday chart. We're not using evening session, but we've defined the session start time as 6:30 to 6:29, which should be at 24 hours, right? We're loading, we'll load 3 days. Nope. You guys see the problem here? Anybody? Time to go read up on Sierra Chart's documentation. Watch them have a whole update on, hey, this is the way chart session times work for DOMs now. Or maybe they've always worked this way and I just don't know. So use evening session, right? Which now we have this 6:30 starts at 6:30 a.m. or 9:30 a.m. Pacific or Eastern Standard Time. So at 9:30, and then it essentially is going to 9:29 Eastern Standard, 29:59, right? So a full 24-hour period, right? Well, it's not. It's not showing the overnight, even though we've set evening session to no, and then we've defined the start and end time. Okay, that's applied. But you turn this on, and this is all set incorrectly. Watch. Oh, now it's showing the evening session. And I thought chart sessions actually mattered here in this DOM. Let's see. Chart session times. Chart data. Why, oh why does it have to be? What? Just doesn't sometimes work as you expect. Huh. Oh, sorry. Yeah, time to go read up about it. Annoying. Just to make sure. Wow. Um, so we're looking at deltas here, and it's a DOM, right? So they make you choose this one. Session start time to end. Right? If you try to change it to anything else and you hit apply, it's going to change it, right? Well, maybe not this one. All bars in chart. Let's see, one period. Let's see. Oh, this one will work. One period end of fixed time length. No. Trading day start time to end reset at day session, maybe? Now let's try. Maybe I'm the idiot. Well, I am the idiot for sure. Because I have not read through all these things. Are you kidding me? All right, let's see. maybe, yes. Whoa. All right, so if we set this to on, which is how you would expect it to be, let's see, chart, studies, the delta profile, sessions, what is that, start to end? Isn't that funny how the volume profile is a different time, even though aren't they set the same way? Maybe I'm using a different start time on one of them. I might be. Let's see. Yeah, use different start time. Yes, 6:30 to 12:59. And yet, is this the delta profile? Yes. Say no. If you say use a different start time, it breaks it, by the way. So if you say use different start time, yes, and then you define your start time as RTH, it breaks that, which is trading day start time to end, reset at day session. So that got it right with, so like, okay, let's go into the volume profile. Yeah, see, this is set, use different start time, 6:30. So these are, I'm in Pacific Standard Time. This would be RTH open and close. If you set this to yes, look, whoop, it includes the overnight then. Funky, guys. That is so funky. I mean, okay, let me rant a little bit. There may be technical reasons why this is not working, right? Maybe somebody from Sierra Chart will say, well, it's because of how you set this, but honestly, come on, should it be this hard? Sometimes, I mean, I'm gonna, let's see, let's go look up that description. Displaying single separate profiles for day and evening session. The instructions below need to be followed twice. Once again for the day session, and again. Okay, that makes sense. So the DOMs just act different, but they're not really saying it that I can find in the documentation. Doesn't really make sense, but Yeah, I'm just hanging out. I mean, there's nothing. Um, I don't think it's very educational. If anything, it's highlighting how much I don't know about Sierra chart. It's redonkulous. All right, buddy. Have a good night. Thanks for sharing your knowledge as usual, and enjoy your weekend. Mm. So here is the Sierra chart official in. That's what I'm. I will move this chat off this here. Right here. When using the volume by price study on a trading DOM, the only options that will work for this input are one period based on bar count, or from session start time to end. Otherwise, the input is automatically set from or set to from session start time to end. Is that true? No, trading day time to start time to end works as well. So already their documentation is wrong. These are the things that will drive you nuts with Sierra chart, right? So they're saying that the volume so we saw it's automatically set from session start time to end, right? These other things, right? Nope. There. There. You set, look, some of these you set like this, start date time to end date time. You hit apply, it goes from session start time to end time, right? Now, look at the volume profile extend out into the overnight with that use evening session on, right? But what works as well? Trading day start time to end reset at day session. So this DOM knows the RTH session regardless of the session times you put in, and it'll override what you set as the session time. See that? It knows. But does the documentation reflect that? Absolutely not. I'm reading the documentation again at the very begun. So this here, right? Let's see. So this creates one volume profile at the end of the chart, which starts at the trading day start time, which is based on the session times when not using the evening session. We are using the evening session. Now, when using the evening session times, and the last date time in the chart is in the day session, then it should be then THEN, but it's THAN, right? Which already just showed they do this all the time. Then the volume profile will start at the session times. Okay, so this part here basically says this is the one to use on a DOM if you want volume to be reset at new session times. But it doesn't say, well, up here they say that the only ones on DOMs are on a trading DOM, the only options that will work for this input are one period based on bar count or from session start time to end time. Volume graph period type, right? So volume graph period type. But obviously trading day start to end time reset at day works on the DOM. But if you were to read the documentation, you'd think you can't use this. But indeed, this is the only way to get it right. Whoa. I hate you, Sierra Chart. Your documentation is so terrible. All right, day trading, start to end. Now we can turn on the evening session, and we know it will, well, we hope it will work. All right, so chart settings on this one, set to yes, okay. Let's go into chart studies and set these all correctly. Bing. Bing. Oh, and they all shift. They all change for the NASDAQ now. Oh, yeah. Booyah. Well, at least mine are right. Caramba. That took me forever to figure out. Because Sierra Chart, we have nothing better to do than to read your piss poor verbiage and non-updated documentation because it takes too much time to do. We also aren't going to update version changes documentation because that takes way too much time. You know how ridiculous that is? That is so novice. That is so novice. That it's like change logs are a part of your job. It's not an option, right? When you're in the data world and you're updating and you don't do change logs, you realize that you're liable monetarily for all the changes you make that can cost people money if they can prove it. You have to do change logs. One day, they're going to get a very rich trader come along and document everything they do. And if that trader loses money because Sierra Chart didn't do change logs, they're going to come at them with everything they've got. And Sierra Chart will lose. Wherever they are in the world, they will lose in court. Because change logs are basic. Super basic. Anyway, this is now right. How do I really feel about it? Oh, they're just such, still great software, but Notice the RBV and RAV. It's just where price traded. It's different. You notice that? So this doesn't get reset. The RBV and RAV is based off of as long as you keep your DOM open essentially. So if 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 I had kept this DOM open for multiple days, all the recent bid and ask volume without resetting it or anything, it would all fill in all the way down here. So don't worry about the RBV and RAV. That I know that's how that works. Now our deltas are going to match. Still useful to know that pre-market there was a buyer um, on deltas at 75 right here, right? So when I was talking about that early in the stream, and this was wrong, I thought it was RTH only. Oh, sorry. That big delta here, it was showing up in my DOM because the DOM was from all the overnight action. Oh, how crazy is that? Huh. Oh well, you live and learn. 5:09. Okay, it's time for me to run to Costco. Enjoy your guys' evenings. I'm not going to keep this stream up, so ciao.